think so. We're going to explore the news today. We're gonna be looking and discussing, as always. It's gonna be a political night. It's gonna be great. So I have to train myself to speak faster. I'm such a slow speaker, and it's boring for people. That is the secret to my thing. Okay, I'm a slow speaker, and people are like, "Ooh, boring." Mm. Oh, I'm eating grapes. Hello. Thank you very much for the supporting thingy. Let me see. Hello. I have to train myself to speak faster, 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 so I'm not boring. I'm not boring you, okay? Feels like I'm boring you. Am I boring you? Hold on. Have you seen my brush? Has any of you seen my brush? I don't see my brush. Oh, I see it now. I thought I didn't see it, but I see it. Hold on. Do I have all the chats? Look, Twitch is active. Twitch is active as well. Hello, not here. Are you not here? Oj, buziaku. O, co? No co? Nie. Nie, żulu. Oj, ty żulu. O, buziaku. Oh, I'm live. Wait a minute. Oh, I forgot that I was streaming. Oh my gosh. He's being very good today. Very good boy. Very good boy. Can you hear him pant? Like, can you hear it? Is there anyone still in the audience? Is everybody left? Everybody got bored by me playing with the dog? I should do a dog stream. We do not hear the dog. Oh. If we reach a lot of donation, then I will show you the dog. It's like President Sunday has his drama meter. I got my dog meter. Oh my gosh. I've been so into Free Kingdoms lately. It's crazy. It's such a crazy good game. Who here plays Total War Free Kingdoms? Admit it. Oh, Ico Rules is streaming on Twitch. Who here is into the Free Kingdom setting as well? Those are important questions, you know? You should be like, me. Wait, what the hell is on the ship? Playing with 3 other people. Oh, Dr. John is playing Helldivers too. I wonder if I can... update Helldivers. Hold on. I wanna update, but I have to see... browse local folder. Yes, G. Oh, G. Oh, wow. Actually, I can make it. Okay, I think I can make the update. Isn't that exciting? I can update Helldivers. I have to do the tutorial again. I'm trying to play Cyberpunk 2077 in VR. I'm not sure if that game was made for VR, but is it good in VR? I know Resident Evil was good in VR. I really enjoyed Resident Evil in VR. The reboot. I've enjoyed that a lot. Oh. Then I'm not sure if it's good. It's crazy. Second look at some news. The Polish foreign minister has been insulted. We're gonna be talking about my male military training, okay? Have I said on stream that I might be undergoing military training? Have I told you this? It's pretty good with the exception to shooting being controlled with head positioning. I love the shooting being controlled with head positioning actually. I loved that. It was so precise. It was so beautifully precise, at least when I did it. I was like sniper precision. I actually liked that a lot. Uh-oh. Targeting tech bros is considered faux pas. We're gonna talk about this. Elon Musk backs down from an X fight after belittling Polish foreign minister. Hmm. You're so quiet. Wait, why? Why am I quiet? I'm not quiet. What do you mean? Am I quiet for everybody? Am I quiet to everybody? Or just to you? Everybody, let's do a sound test. Am I quiet? Am I quiet? Oof. How quiet am I? Tell me. On a scale from 1 to 10, how quiet am I? Much better? Wait, so I was quiet? Hello, Greater Rain. How are you? I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you because I've got so many depressing news to share with you. Listen, there's so much depressing news to go through, and I just couldn't go through it without you. I didn't notice a difference. You saved the depressing stuff just for me? Of course! We're friends. Okay? We're friends. What are friends for? Actually, I didn't need to save much. It's all depressing lately. There's not many not depressing news. But yeah. This is what friends do. You know? Say thank you. The US is getting crazy. Lucy, you lied about the forest. You said we'd play yesterday. That's true. I did end up sleeping. Should we play it now? I don't want to be a liar. Should we play some forest now? What a sad state of affairs. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs. If we are to play the forest, I should at least talk about my impending military training, shouldn't I? Is that fair for me to talk about my incoming military training? Also, Philippe Auguste, where's my Twitch raid? Ooh, we're gonna build shelters in Poland, the anti-bomb shelters. That's gonna. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the US to enable Russia to invade Poland. It's gonna be the best time ever. Dr. Jones is playing Helldivers too. I saw it. I've seen it on Steam. Also, I'm actually updating. I'm actually updating Helldivers too. Huh? So how is everyone? I'm eating. Okay, let's talk briefly about my... I'm okay, my car is having difficulties. That's why I don't have a car. If you don't have a car like me, you don't have difficulties. Okay, let's watch. Let's listen. Let's listen to what I have to say about my impending military training. Where is the browser? So, trans people such as myself have to change their gender in their documents. And in Poland, the procedure can take years in court, which is, by the way, about to change. Right? It's about to change. Apparently, thanks to conservatives of all people, because apparently some far righter asked, hey, who should be sued to uh, to change the gender? Who should be sued? Shouldn't the spouses be sued too? And the judge said nobody should be sued. And that sort of moved forward, changing the procedure in a way that the proponents, the supposed proponents of the thing couldn't. I'll have to look into it more deeply, but I might be able to change my gender officially much easier soon. But in the meantime, for now, I am still a guy in my official documentation, a male. So, Poland to offer military training for all adult men, says Prime Minister. Look at this.
The Polish
See? Donald Tusk is proposing military training.
He also acknowledged that women may take part in military training, but
Be doing
noted that,
this
in his words, quote, war
I
is
get,
still, to a greater extent, the domain of men.
pulled into the
Poland
military
is
training.
already
This is what I'll be
allocating
doing
4.7%
with my estrogen-filled body. I'll be shooting a gun like this and doing stuff like this.
of its GDP to defense this year, the highest percentage among NATO members. Tusk suggested that this could increase further, saying defense spending should rise to 5%.
You know? So this is it. Polish Prime Minister has said the government is preparing to make military training available for all adult men in the country, and that the initiative should be ready by the end of the year. If it's mandatory, then I'll have my training. What is miss in Polish? Is there a word for miss, Mr., Mrs.? So, a young unwed girl is panna. Like, it's strange because Mr. and Mrs. are like panna. 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 Yeah. And it's strange because the words for Mrs. and Mr. are basically lady and lord. Pan I pani are words that roughly translate in English to lord and lady, because those are words that are sort of derived from the language that the um, nobles used. Noble lord, noble lady, and they just became common words for Mr. and Mrs. Well, no, they're not obsolete because they just became regular everyday words for Mr. and Mrs. Like for example, in Ukrainian, if you want to be formal towards someone, you address them in the plural. Okay, you address them in the plural. That's not a thing in Polish. In Polish, you use the whole lord and lady thing. But interestingly enough, I've seen Zelensky use pani, as in lady, towards politicians in Ukrainian in his speeches. So I've seen him use that, even though it's not super common to do in Ukrainian. Pani. Pani only has one N. Pani. Pani. Because panna has pronounced, both N's pronounced panna. But pani only has one. Pani. Pani. And pan. Pan. Pan and pani. So that's like a thing. Donald Tusk told Parliament on Friday that if Russia took control of parts of Ukraine, then Poland would find itself in a difficult geographical situation. I mean, it's true. Poland should not allow Russia to take over any parts of Ukraine. Poland should be sending troops. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be brutally honest. Poland should be training people to send to Ukraine. He said, "We are preparing large-scale military training for every adult man in Poland. Our goal is to finalize the plan by year's end to ensure a well-trained reserve force ready for potential threats." I mean, we're already at the level of a potential threat. It's not even a potential anymore. Ukraine's getting attacked. It's not a potential anymore. You know? Ukrainian people are comrades. Panna. It's Panna. Panna. Yeah, basically maiden. And there is Pani, yeah, lady. And Lord is Pan. Pan. Speaking later to reporters, Tusk stressed that he was not announcing a resumption of basic military service. Yeah, the Panama Canal. Panana Pani Pan. Yes, correct. You are correct, as always. You are, as always, correct. Do you want to know a secret, by the way? Does anyone want to know a secret? Because I do have a secret to share with you. If you're interested, that is. A deep, deep secret. Yes. The secret is I have already updated 36% of Helldivers too. 36% is already updated. Yeah. If I were proposing a return to basic military service, I would say so. We have several models. One of the most appreciated ones is the Swiss model, he said, adding that in the latter system training is not compulsory, but there is an incentives that cause men to opt for annual training. Oh, it's not compulsory. I wonder. Defense Minister Władysław Kosiniak-Kamysz said the initiative was open to both women and men. Oh, Defense Minister Władysław Kosiniak-Kamysz said that the initiative was open to both women and men. I wonder. Okay. I'm gonna start a poll. Should I undergo military training? Yeah. Nah. You start one on the page as well, Raider Rain. Start the enquete. Should I undergo military training that is being planned? My fate is in your hands. How many people are voting? Oh, wow. Interesting. People in the side chat definitely don't want me to undergo the military training. More people on YouTube want me to. Oh wait, never mind. There'll definitely be content to talk about if I don't die. That happens. I can recommend something I would rather not do myself. I mean, undergoing military training is not exactly the same thing as going out there and like killing anybody. Income. Oh god, I'm 50% of the vote. Yeah. I would learn how to shoot a gun. I learn how to act, and I learn how to, I don't know, maybe operate a drone. Philip August, where are my raids? That's true. They do. I would not have survived basic training. Okay. I actually avoided because military training used to be compulsory in Poland, and I actively avoided it because there were serious stories in the media. There were a lot of stories in the media about people going there and killing themselves, hanging themselves because there was a lot of abuse of new recruits, etc. And quite a few of them just couldn't take it and hang themselves. I was like, ah, hell no, I'm not, nope, I'm not doing that. No way. I was like, nope, 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 I'm not going. Yeah, I'm just gonna avoid that. What would be the incentive since they are talking of emulating the Swiss model? Probably you'd get some financial incentive. I personally think that if you undergo a military training, you should have a gun permit. Undergoing military training should just give you a gun permit. Wouldn't that make sense? You're training how to shoot guns, literally, in the military, right? Like, it would make no sense if you'd be like, oh yeah, I underwent military training, but I don't have a permit to get a gun because they don't trust me to shoot a gun after I went military training. Thank you for the tier 3 subscription, Red Ruse. You're the best. You're the best person here tonight. You wanted to join because of the brutality? I mean, you know. We all have our different reasons to do stuff. But I'm not sure if talking about stuff like that is TOS, so you should probably be careful. Ah, thank you, Red Rose. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am grateful. Especially since I've got a few projects going now that require me to have money. Huh. Well, strange. That's right, you're streaming on Twitch too right now. Have to censor yourself even more. Yeah, I have to be censored. I have to be censored all the time. Even though my intro says that I have no filter, but actually I have quite a lot of filter. Okay? For a person without filter, I have quite a lot of filter. Also, by the way, tomorrow we'll be talking to Anastasia. We were supposed to be talking on Sunday, but something came up and she couldn't, so we moved it to tomorrow. We'll be talking about various things. Do you have any questions? Do you have any topics that you'd like me to talk about with Anastasia tomorrow? Are there any things you'd want me to bring up? Anything you'd want to bring up? Talk to her about the forest. Oh, she's not online anymore. I should have asked her if she has the forest, actually. I'm out of the loop. I'm bad with names, so not really. Like, she's a Ukrainian volunteer that does fundraising for the army to support Ukraine and its defense against the Russian invaders. Hello, Estelle Cinemagic. Do you have any questions for Anastasia? Estelle? I was sick this weekend, but last night I switched from fever and chills to sniffles in like an instant. That's good. I suppose it becomes cottage gore when cannibals are involved. That's true. Of course, there are more men in the Polish army, and more of them will likely take advantage of the sufferer. But for anyone who is fit and capable of undergoing such training, it will be possible, he added. See? The Polish army is becoming woke. We welcome women. Nuclear arsenal. In an address dominated by security, Tusk also said that Poland must pursue the most advanced capabilities, including nuclear and modern unconventional weapons. This is what happens when the United States completely abandon their allies. This is what happens when the nuclear umbrella is not guaranteed anymore. This is a horrible, horrible thing that is happening. The worst case scenario that everybody dreaded is actually just happening before our eyes, and it is really sad to see. The worst case scenario being that everybody will just now race to get nuclear weapons, okay? People are saying, well, if there's any lesson to be learned from what happened in Ukraine, it's that we all must get nuclear weapons as soon as possible to be safe. Because Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons and now we are where we are. And I think that is very verbatim what the Prime Minister of Poland said. If there's anything that we have learned from Ukraine is that we should have nukes. Right? Tusk noted that France had proposed extending its nuclear umbrella to its European partners. But he added, today it's clear that we would be safer if we had our own nuclear arsenal. There's no doubt about that. See? It's just whatever. We're living in a world where more and more countries will just pursue nuclear weapons because it's one way not to be attacked by a bigger neighbor. It just decides one day that you're getting out of line, you're stepping out of line, and you need to be brought back. And actually, you're not a real nation, which Russia has said about Poland multiple times within the last 3 years as well. That Poland might just need to be destroyed as a nation. That Poland must be wiped off the face of the earth, and that Poland is getting too uppity, and that Poland likes to create trouble and then cry victim when it gets wrecked. So, yeah. And it's horrible. We should be living in a world where we're getting less and less nuclear weapons, not getting more and more people that have nuclear weapons, which, well, believe it or not, it just increases the possibility of something going wrong, right? You have more and more and more countries that have a nuke. I would say that it just increases the possibility of a nuclear incident. It's a very sad state of affairs. Hello, how, William? Have I seen you here before? Are you new to the stream, or your name maybe sounds familiar, but I'm not sure anymore. Also, Incub, you're white. I had to say it. I had to say it at least once, okay? At least I had to note at least once that you're white. However, one way or another, the path to it would be a very long one, and there would need to be a consensus. In other words, it must give us a sense of security. It's not about reckless bravado. I mean, I know that I'm broke. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. Actually, you just being here is all that I need. If only more people were like you and be here. Thank you. I just like telling people that it's not okay to be white. Ah, thank you. I do like telling people that it's not okay to be white. I guess I'm just what they call a... Oh, wait, no. I'm not even gonna joke around that. It's like Twitch. I'm streaming on Twitch. I'm not even gonna joke around that, okay? Although I'm a small content creator, and small content creators can get away with more. It's weird. Small content creators can get away with a lot. Middle-sized content creators can get away with the least. And big content creators loop back to being like small content creators and also can get away with a lot. You're black according to Haiti. That is true. That is true. Although I'm not sure if this was extended to all Polish people or just the ones that were actually fighting against Napoleon. Like, my interpretation has always been that it was just the soldiers that were fighting specifically against Napoleon. But if it's all Polish people are black now, then I guess I'm black. But I always assumed it was just the people that were fighting specifically against Napoleon in that time period, and their descendants, of course. Lucy, why didn't you cover Hassan Piker getting banned? Because it's old news. He got unbanned. I can talk about it. It was a very silly thing for him to say. I know what he got banned over. He got banned over calling for a person to be ended, even though that person is apparently a really, really horrible person. You still should not call as a public figure, one of the biggest political public streamers, for someone's end. Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe I was taking a day off as it happened. You should remind me. You're leftist. We don't do the death pen. True. True. Although sometimes the leftism, I put into question sometimes the leftism of certain leftists, but that's, I don't know. I guess that's neither here nor there. I guess some leftists are subscribe to a very specific brand of leftism. In which case, I just don't know. I just don't know what to tell them, you know? I don't know what to call them. He also told the House that he had asked the Defense Ministry to initiate Poland's withdrawal from conventions which banned the use of anti-personnel mines and cluster munitions, adding that faced with a threat, Poland will resort to any means necessary. There you go. There you go. This is what is happening. This is the result of... This is a direct result of the United States shaking it up, changing up the world order. Oh, our biggest ally is not as reliable as we thought. Well, I guess we have to resort to all the banned weaponry. Did you see the Sam Cedar Jubilee segment? I might react to it. Can you link it? The Prime Minister said everyone is aware of the seriousness of the situation, highlighting developments related to the Russia-Ukraine war. transatlantic ties, and the situation in Europe. Okay, I'm a bit of an extreme person. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you right now, if Poland was treating the situation as seriously as I'd like it to treat it, then Poland would be sending troops to Ukraine to support Ukraine in its struggle against Russia. I'm sorry, I'm just extreme on this. Poland should be sending trained troops with new equipment, with brand new top of the line equipment that the Polish people have trained to use. That would be, uh, you know, I mean, Polish troops could also just be sent to the western part of Ukraine, freeing up soldiers to be sent to the east, freeing up Ukraine. So that's the bare minimum. But I'm gonna say, in my opinion, Polish soldiers should be sent out east to support Ukraine. Okay, that is my opinion. Polish soldiers should be fighting alongside Ukrainian troops in the east. But I'm an extremist. I'm a real leftist. Okay, I'm the realest leftist of them all. He said Poland had many reasons to be very focused on security, on matters of war and peace, adding that many voices in Europe and the US were leaning towards the Russian narrative. Yeah, especially the United States, especially Trump, J.D. Vance, Rubin, Elon Musk, all of them basically, all of the new cabinet, even though technically speaking, Elon Musk is not even part of the cabinet, but he sort of is without being part of the cabinet. The gray eminency. Yeah. Or Rubio. Or whatever his name. Yeah, Rubio. I don't know why, but I always call him Ruben. For some reason. Yeah, Rubio. That's him. I think he had a spat with Elon Musk. I'm gonna have to look it up. We're gonna have to explore his little spat with Elon Musk and his Dodge, which is pretty silly. Do you know that he had a spat? He said Poland had many reasons to be very focused on security, on matters of war and peace, and adding that many voices in Europe and the US were leaning towards the Russian narrative. Okay, we read this. Regarding the war, they said, regarding the war, though he said this remained a marginal political position both in Poland and in the West. It shouldn't be a marginal political position, okay? It shouldn't be. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Dave Rubio, yeah. Sikorsky got a response from Elon. Oh yeah, we're gonna be talking about that. We're gonna be talking about that as well. Be quiet, little man. About about his famous SpaceX um, internet. Yeah, about his precious Starlink. Everyone in the EU, the US, and Ukraine understands that Poland's primary role is to bolster its border with Russia, not sending troops to Ukraine, Tusk continued. I mean, that's not true. Everybody in Ukraine probably don't. I mean, maybe everybody understands it, but I still think that Poland should be sending troops to Ukraine. Okay? I think Poland's primary role should be to bolster Ukraine to win. There you go, I've said it. There's no reason why Europe should feel inferior to Russia, given the differences in the population and quality of weapons. Tusk told Parliament, Russia will be helpless against a unified Europe. I mean, yeah, it would be if actually Europe sent all those great weapons and people to help Ukraine. Then yeah, Russia would be helpless. But Europe is not doing that, is it? Europe is not willing to actually use that advantage. What does even the advantage in population mean if nobody's willing to send troops? It's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. Okay? Oh, we got so much more people, but we're not willing to use any of them. Well, then, you know, it's like whatever. Okay. It's whatever. All right, let's watch it. Let's watch the thing. God, we're gonna be talking about things. All right, let's watch the Jubilee thing.
This video was made possible.
Okay, we're not gonna watch the Three Kingdoms oversimplified. I'm not doing that.
Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Do you think that's
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to slow this down, first of all, to normal. 20 Trump supporters take on one progressive. Do you know what I've watched? I've seen tweets when people were like, when people were coping so hard about this that they thought that that Sam Cedar was the conservative and that he was battling woke people. I saw people were like, oh my gosh, this is the face of a person that knows he's gonna face a bunch of woke dummies. And it was so hilarious that people just like, no, this guy's making sense. He must be the conservative. They have to be the non-conservative ones. That was so funny. Way too fast. Yeah, I had it set up. I had it like on 1.5 on a different video. Jubilee might copyright strike you though. It's okay. I'm a small channel. Small channels always get their way on YouTube when it comes to disputes like this. Wait, hold on. How do I add how do I add a filter then? What do I do? How do I add a filter? Oh, I know. Oh, I've got a brilliant idea. I've got an amazing idea. Okay. I'm a genius, okay? Oh god, I'm such a genius. Can they use the audio for strikes? I'm such a genius. What is GNN? What is GNN? Oh.
like, what's the problem with
Okay, we're gonna do this.
xenophobic nationalism?
It's my pretense Reruzelga muse from the ONN. What is the ONN? ONN? I may have handed Lucy a live grenade. It's okay. Okay. Okay? You're gonna be playing Free Kingdoms while doing this. This is perfect, okay? 2 birds with 1 stone. Glitchmassa got tier 1. Thank you. Genius, Lucy. You should get military training to counteract the US military ban. True. Wait, what US military ban? Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. Yeah, the trans ban. You're right. You're right. We're going to be playing Free Kingdoms while watching and commenting on this video. Isn't this brilliant? Am I not a genius? Call me a genius because I am one, okay?
War grows bitter and enduring.
Show them trans can kick ass. True. I will show them all.
If there is no end in sight,
Do you not agree with me that if you undergo military training, then you basically should get a weapons permit? Tell me you agree with me on this one, It's 1 hour 30 minutes. Oh my god. 1 hour 30 minutes. Jesus. You all must help me. I must train to speak faster because when I speak slow, people are getting bored. It's like medically and physically and it's science that says that when you speak slower, people get more bored. And I'm a very slow speaker, so I have to train myself. I have to be like a rambling machine that speaks super fast, even if I'm not sure what I'm saying. Please watch my new video. No, don't watch my new video. Watch my video about the homelessness. And watch Trump's opinions in 1987 versus Trump's actions now and laugh. I've dug out interviews with Trump from the 80s for you, from the 1980s, for your pleasure to see what his attitude about everything was back then and how it compares to right now, which interestingly enough, not much has changed for most things, which is very telling that he thinks that the United States have been a static country for 44 years because he has used the same talking points 44 years ago as he is using now, apart from one very specific talking point, and that is that in the 1980s he said that the nearest and dearest topic to his heart was homelessness, and he wanted to do everything he could to fix homelessness, and that if America got rich again, quote unquote, that it could fix the homelessness problem. And now that Trump is the president, he's making America great again, we can observe what he actually meant when he said help and protect the homeless, so save the homeless. What he meant is we need to clear out homeless encampments and get them off the street. Yes, I think I did quite well with that segment. I believe I've done quite well with that one. Wouldn't you agree? Okay, look, this is the map. Before we start watching Sam Cedar, I'm gonna brag about it a little bit. This purple, all of this is my domain, okay? You see how much my empire, my kingdom. I'm actually just a lowly marquise. I'm gonna be a duke at some point soon in the future. Isn't that cool? I'm playing as Cao Cao, and I'm trying to reunify China. We're going to be reunifying China as we watch Sam Cedar. Oh, it's green now. My function is green now. So, all the green is mine. How do you like it? Wouldn't you say that my territory is actually quite big? Okay, nobody here is impressed. But that makes me a little bit sad, actually. That no one here is impressed with my prowess. Pussy spread the trans agenda. True. Big and stretched out. Yes. Yes, exactly. The people can't be unified without war. Well, no, because the people unifying the land are a bunch of warlords. So, by definition, the land cannot be unified without war, since the people doing their unification are like just a bunch of warlords. And I'm one of them. This game takes place in the Free Kingdoms era. Well, there was just a bunch of warlords fighting for control. So I'm gonna tell you my plans, and then we're gonna jump into no, not Free Kingdoms. I'm gonna tell you my plans, and then I'm gonna jump into the Sam Cedar thing. The plan is to take over this Liu Yao, and then it's gonna become. I'm gonna conquer a bunch of lands in the west, and I'm gonna conquer a bunch of lands here and here, and then it's gonna become a little bit less stretched out, because my goal is to encircle this Sun Jian. I think he's my biggest rival in this game. Sun Jian, the tiger of China. He has this nickname, the tiger, because he's so good in battle. You know? Sun Ce is his son. That's his son. So we're getting there. Okay, let's start Sam Cedar. I'm gonna see what I can do in the meantime.
Nationalism, don't you think that's better?
Also, I need to make the game a bit louder so that the audio comes through. This is a colonialist, that true. Well, it's not exactly a colonialist. It's more like a civil war. So I'm not even sure if the word colonialism applies here, because all the warlords are locals and they're just fighting to unify the land under their own specific rule. Will you add your custom emojis to YouTube? Yes. Yes, I will. I actually will. For all those who are like subscribers and stuff. In fact, if you want me to add custom emotes, just write what emotes you'd like and I'll add them. You can pee sitting down if you take military training. Yes, I can, of course. All military. Actually, that's the opposite. The moment you undergo military training, you have to be sitting down. Also, a certain Korean person told me that everybody should be peeing sitting down, especially in a class, like in a home toilet, because the pee, if you pee standing up, the pee particles just get spread all over your bathroom. Just so you know. Oh no, I'm not going to the military, but I might undergo military training. It's a thing that will be available for Polish people. Okay, let's see.
Better for Americans in general?
To be xenophobic,
yes.
nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
I mean, look, I gotta be honest with you, like, you and I have a fundamental
culture.
I
don't
get
think
to choose
so.
what the culture?
I don't think, okay, I'm gonna say this as a foreigner, okay? I'm gonna give you my unique perspective as a foreigner, how I've always viewed the United States of America. And I mean the positive things about the United States of America. I know there is a lot to criticize the United States of America for as a concept, especially now there's a lot of to criticize the United States of America under Trump, right? But there's always been quite a lot that I had praise for when it came to the United States. And I've, full disclosure, when I've been small, you know how there's this whole thing about Russia that there's this whole thing with Russia how it won World War II, the Great War, There was like the great, I don't remember what name the Russians used for World War II. The great sort of like this war of the homeland or whatever. And I've been sort of taught, Great Patriotic War, yeah. And I've been sort of, ever since I was small, I've been living with the, in my opinion, more true statement that the country that was a big contributor to winning the war was the United States, you know. And of course my grandfather, who was kidnapped as a child and brought to Germany, to the concentration camp. He worked with American soldiers when they came to Germany to defeat it. And he came back, from what I know, thanks to the American soldiers, to Poland. Medical weed is legal in Poland. And so I've got this, I guess, sort of bias towards Poland, towards the US. And one of the positives that I've always seen about in the United States is this lack of a unified culture. That it's a country of many different cultures that coexist, and that they are all equally American. Does that make sense? I like this idea of not being just this one generic culture that everybody has to follow, but instead I like the idea of it being many different cultures, many different things, and that it's...
Fall in line! You may survive this upheaval.
Oh. No, I don't think so.
Your choice.
You know? And it just diminishes the whole idea of the United States for me, to say, oh no, we actually have to push for a very specific, very narrow set of things that are American culture, you know? Like the whole idea that people from all over the world would go to the US, for example, and bring with them the food from their countries, and the United States would have food from all over the world in it, and then the people that would bring that food from other places would put a specific spin that is local on it in the United States. That is for me what makes it a nice place, you know? And to sort of throw all of that away is just ridiculous to me. Does that make sense? At a diplomatic gathering, you are discussing various matters with two dignitaries, one of whom is well kept and dignified, and the other who looks unwashed and disheveled when saying goodbye. The uncouth man offers his hand while his counterpart remains stoic. You must give some gesture to one of them. Right? Do you agree with me more or less on this, or no? What are your opinions, chat?
We already have a dominant culture.
I mean, look, I gotta be honest with you, like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives. My first claim is Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power.
True. True.
Sorry, Sam.
No worries.
All right. I think I have a slight issue with the back end of the premise. I guess Trump's attacks on DEI being a real goal to, give corporations more power. I'd rather center the conversation around the democratic, especially as conservatives, the issues that people have with DEI and why I believe Trump would, want to support the issues that, people are voting for him for.
I mean, I'm talking about his whole attack on DEI. It's actually DEIA, right? You know that.
Also, by the way, it's also, nobody talks about the fact that this is also actually an attack on veterans, because veterans are also diversity hires apparently, so they cannot get a job now thanks to Donald. What a hero.
In government agencies, the A being for accessibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think the attack on DEI.
Oh, so I guess people with disabilities also get hit by this. If it's accessibility means, like, for example, making sure that stairs have special accommodation so that people in wheelchairs can use them. That's an example of accessibility. A very straightforward, very simple one at that.
DEI isn't an attack on people's protections. It's on the other end.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is an attack on people's protections. What do you mean? It is ridiculous to say that attacking DEI is not an attack on people's protections. Absolutely is. It's supposed to exclude people. 100%.
End of the spectrum, right? Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled, someone being, inaccessible to.
It does by definition, by very definition. Even if it doesn't attempt to do it, in practice it does it. I don't know if the attack on DEI had the purpose of hitting veterans specifically, but it does end up doing that. So intentions don't matter. Isn't there a saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions or something?
To get into a job, it rather wants to de-incentivize corporations to push them to.
Like, I'm gonna be the person to say it doesn't matter what it wants to do. What matters to me is what it, does. Right? Does it make sense? Does that make sense? What I'm saying? It doesn't matter what it wants to do. What matters is what it does. Who cares what it wants to do? I don't. I care about what it does. Right? Hell is understating too late. Like,
hire these people on unfair bases, right?
This is so silly. Oh, all these people might be screwed over, but, that's not the intention. The intention is for not screwing over. I don't care. Why would I care? Come on. Why would I care about... This is silly.
China!
Hey, what DEIA is not about quotas or anything like that. It is about protections for people within these organizations, or to make sure that you have different communities that have the opportunity to apply to these things. So it can mean, within government agencies, it means things like, let's pay interns so that not only wealthy people can have their kids do interns.
Oh my God, pay interns is such a big thing. It should be a standard everywhere, if you ask me.
We march now.
It's the standard right now is that a person finishes university.
Your opinions are always definitely delivered.
They have to work as an intern for God knows how long without any pay to gain experience, quote unquote. And in the meantime, how are they supposed to support themselves if they don't have a family that will do it? Especially since in the United States, you have the added weight of the fact that the university lands you in debt. Okay? So if you're fresh out of like legal school, which that is pretty expensive, probably across the board, even in the cheaper schools, it still ends up being a pretty penny.
Victory.
It ends up being a pretty
be
penny.
driven like the
right?
hurricane to victory.
And you end up with law education, but with debt. And you want to pay it off as soon as possible, but surprise, you cannot, because, well, as it turns out, it looks like that you have to work as an intern and not receive any pay at all. How wonderful, how cool. It's a very sad state of affairs. But that's not just a problem in the United States. It's the same in Poland, actually. So you're, as a person fresh out of law school, your options are to really take a risk and to try to start your own law firm, which that comes with its own set of challenges and financial burdens, or to build your way up from zero by working as an intern in an established firm, which will mean that you would have to at least have a family that would be able to support you while you're not making money, and you still have that looming debt, the university debt. So, great.
Internships in these agencies.
Right. And
or let's put out notices around different parts of
Steel yourselves.
Oh,
town,
Sure.
metaphorically speaking, so that people know this job exists.
Right, and this is where it begins, but this isn't the ultimate goal that conservatives have an issue with. Conservatives don't have an issue with trying to spread job applications to poorer communities. So
Well,
Hey, what's with the buffering? That annoys me.
everyone
Why
gets-
rescind DEIA requirements in government agencies?
Because the problem with DEIA is there may not be like perceived actual number quotas, but that's what it devolves into, and especially
Oh, that's what it devolves
with
into.
problem
government
with
agencies.
because the problem
Is it
with DEIA
demonstrable, or is it just a thing that this person feels is the case? Because that is often what happens with people, you know? They feel like something's the case and they just roll with it.
Series of coups.
You know? Does that make sense? Hold on. I feel like the Twitch is just inactive. I did my best with the multi-streaming, but it makes sense what I'm saying, yeah? Or no?
IA is there may not be like perceived actual number quotas, but that's what it devolves into, and especially with
Do
corporations,
you have
it
the
devolves.
evidence of that?
I mean, sure, we
There
can look
you
at
go. Yes, please give evidence.
corporations that are government agencies that are hiring people on not true proper bases. We can even look
Well,
at.
I mean,
we can
wait-
even
Okay,
look
what
at.
does that mean on not true proper basis? For example, if a person was born in a very poor neighborhood and they had to work throughout school, they did not have the opportunities to do extracurriculum activities that richer kids do, because I've seen what the criteria are to getting extra points for university in the United States. They did not have the parents that attended the same university, which is also a detriment for some universities. So they end up not going to the best university or to a university. So they should just by in practice because of the circumstances of their birth, they should not have a job? That it would not be a proper basis for them to get a job? Because this is de facto where we're going with this. Unless you have a proper pedigree, you should not have a job. Oh, okay. Like, if you don't have a proper pedigree, you should not have a job, I guess. That's a fact now. And DIA, the task of that, at least affirmative action, because I guess it feels like they're talking about affirmative action, is to alleviate that. It says yes, even those who are not fortunate at the start of their life, they also deserve to have a job, okay? Those people also deserve to have a job.
Would you
The
have any
DNC's
evidence that that's happening?
Yeah, even the DNC's nomination of Kamala as president this year, there was no reason to nominate Kamala as she wasn't democratically selected. She didn't go through a single primary.
Well,
none
wait
of
a
these
second.
things.
So you're saying that Kamala
That is a
was-
completely different topic, because the reality of the situation is that it is within in the individual parties, as I understand it. Parties can choose their candidates however they wish. They choose to do it via preliminary, that's their choice. But as far as I understand how the whole procedure works in the United States, it is at the party's discretion as to how they emerge at a candidate. Okay? It is the prerogative of the party. It is not some defined political process of democracy that there has to be a preliminary. I don't know. It makes the Kamala example makes no sense, because it's within the party's discretion who they choose to be their candidate. It's just that most of them choose to do it via preliminary, but it's not a mandatory thing as far as I understand it. Which is why in this case they just chose her. They didn't do it.
Was the vice president of the United States after
Yes.
the president drops out 2 months before the convention. You think that's a DEI
She wasn't
hire?
Every presidential nominee is democratically selected to be the nominee for that
Do you
party,
realize
except
there were-
Democratically selected is a really strange thing to say, considering that it's a vote inside the party, isn't it?
Not
Kamala
even
Harris.
primaries prior to 1972
Well,
in
sure,
the
but
Democratic
this
Party?
this isn't before 1972.
Well, I understand, but what did
This is,
you think you
know.
were going to run primaries in those 2 months?
Well,
I mean,
sure,
Joe
I mean,
Biden should have dropped
but
out
even-
3 years ago, as far as I'm
before-
Okay, I hate the buffering, but yes, it's silly. It's silly. There's an even sillier version of this argument, which is, oh my gosh, it was a coup. It was a coup. Biden was cooed by Kamala when he dropped out and she stepped in his place. It was a big bad coup, because people love the word coup.
Well, sure, but even before, when Kamala was running in primary, she didn't. She
Okay.
wasn't the next man up. None
Okay,
of
what's happening with the internet today? Or YouTube or whatever. It says that my connection is perfect. It's slower than maximum. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to restart the browser, plus I don't think it will help. Let's watch. So
This-
yeah,
she-
the Kamala Harris example is ridiculous.
wasn't the next person.
Well, she was the vice president.
Right.
I mean, we could lower the resolution even more a bit.
Of course, but
Yeah,
she wasn't
that
in
tiny
primaries.
detail. But
Right,
listen,
well,
aside from, I would have might have wanted
Okay,
a different.
I have no clue what's happening with the buffering. It annoys the hell out of me. Okay. So nobody's watching on Twitch, just saying. Okay.
different candidate as well. But that has nothing to do with Trump rescinding orders that basically say you need to search for a wide range of candidates, not necessarily give any different benefits.
But that is also a part of it, by the way. Yeah, that's true. That is also a part of it. I'm just gonna close a bunch of tabs. And see if it improves things. All right. Maybe the buffering that is saving me. Who knows?
But you need to make sure different communities have access to the awareness of this job. You need in your office accessibility.
Yeah, you need accessibility.
For people who have
Hey, the buffering is just bad. What the hell? Guess we're just gonna wait for the buffering to happen. Will it happen even? Is it buffering? This is a long video to just leave on buffering. Well, in the meantime, we have the. Oh, they're already here. Okay, I'm gonna have to choose the Lancer. Spear. And retreat them and charge again.
Say you need to search for a wide range of candidates, not necessarily give any different benefits, but you need to make sure different communities have access to the awareness of this job. You need in your office accessibility for people who have physical handicaps.
Sure.
If you have of folks who identify as.
Oh my God. Non-binary. Identify as non-binary. I should be fine.
as, as trans, you need to make it at least hospitable and not, this is
Wait, you don't identify as trans. That is a big misconception in my opinion, okay? I identify as a woman, not as trans. Okay?
It's all non-discriminatory stuff. That's what this is all about.
But you're cherry picking the portions of DEI. That
Okay, this is just annoying. This is just annoying. Having a buffer every few seconds. You know?
even conservatives don't have issues. Conservatives don't have issues with making workplaces.
The whole DEI apparatus within our government.
Okay.
So basically, what the conservative is saying is that he does not understand what the thing that is being attacked is, and that he fundamentally isn't against it, because that's the only charitable way I can interpret this. Okay, that this person is just naive and is saying, well, I'm not against any of this. Well, then why is Trump trying to dismantle it? Why is Trump not even trying? He is dismantling it via an executive order. If you're not against it, then why do you support Trump doing it? That is my question. Right? I think this is the first guy out of the 20. Sam Cedar Madness. Sam Cedar Madness.
Was a function of doing exactly what I said, had nothing to do with quotas. It
is unfortunate that those things get taken out, and there might not have been specific
what
numerical
else was he trying
quotas.
to take out?
It's trying to take out people getting jobs that don't deserve those jobs. People getting.
Who are those people that don't deserve jobs? What does deserving a job mean? Because there's a lot of loaded into that statement. Again, if you're not born in the right circumstance, then I guess you just don't deserve a job. Right? If you're not born into a family that can provide extra activities for you, if you're not born into a family that can I guess it's just like that, right? Isn't that right? If you're not born into the right circumstance, then you just don't deserve to have a job. That is what I'm hearing.
Being pushed into positions they have no qualification.
There is no evidence of what you just said happening in these government agencies.
There is no evidence, yeah.
That's not true at all. I mean, we're not allowed to sit here and have notes and numbers to pull up for you. You can't,
give me one example.
You can't ask me to pull up numbers when I'm not able to sit here and look on a computer for you, but these are the problems that conservatives...
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thanks, Sam.
Not a good start for the conservatives, I will say that. Not a good start. A very weak start, the DEI thing. Oh my gosh, what a weird system.
Okay, so I think the roots issue with DEI isn't what the previous gentleman...
Okay, is this primarily centered around DEI? Because that is just silly to me. That is a silly discussion. Just like the whole affirmative action thing was a silly discussion to me, because people don't understand what it is and have strong opinions on it, and this seems to be the exact same case. People have no clue what the EIA is and just have strong opinions on it, right? Does that make sense? Even the guy that was just here was like, well, I'm not against any of that. I'm not against any of this. Hello, Dr. Johns.
War grows bitter and enduring between you and your enemy. If there is no end in sight, then the people will grow weary.
We're doing a bunch of beautiful politics tonight, where apparently I could get copyright struck, so I'm playing a game.
May be in your best interest.
The buffering is really painful.
I was trying to point, conservatives aren't necessarily have issues with those things like accessibility to people who might need help. The issue is, and I kind of referred to this before, when you have agencies and systems, what tends to happen when you have government overreach, big government, is that agencies and systems...
Big government? I hate these terms. I hate these terms so much, because people just throw them around without having an inkling what they mean. Big government overreach.
Abused. And I think unequivocally, DEI was heavily abused.
Wow. So many words to say nothing. So, what I do like is the good things in the DEIA, but what I do hate is those bad things, the big government overreach, and I think there's abuse, and yeah, it's bad. It's not good. That's why Trump has to deal with it, because it's just not good. Okay.
In practice, it was great in theory. It's idealistic, which is sure is fine, that a lot of people can get behind, but it was abused in a lot of ways. When you have actors, like we're in California right now, when you have actors, white male actors who are being told, we do not want white men, we're not gonna cast any white men, we only want this particular kind of gender, race, right? That isn't a...
That's not happening, and furthermore, I'm pretty sure that's illegal, okay? I'm pretty sure saying we don't want this particular race or whatever, that's illegal. That is pretty sure that's not happening, okay? I'm pretty confident that's not happening. Maybe I'm just wrong, okay? Am I wrong? Write in the chat, please. Please write. Workforce distribution office, shopkeeper. No, there's no farm.
Abuse of a system, it's no longer fair, but more about...
Oh, okay. That's literally, this is a whole bunch of nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. So the system is abused, and that's bad, and when the bad happens, I don't like it, and we should do something about it. Okay, what's the abuse? Give me some specifics to work with, because I'm not getting any, and I don't know what Sam Siri is about, like, is supposed to even say to this, apart from, you're not giving me anything, you're not saying anything. What is the abuse? Well, what's happening, even? What are you saying?
About just perpetuating one aspect of, visual compelling aspects, because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is companies are going to say, well, we want to look the most diverse. Okay, well, and what that is it's moral grandstanding. It's that because we have more black women, we sell better soda, like that.
I got you.
That is not
Well, that's getting a little far afield from what Trump's DEI orders are. But I can tell you, as somebody who was a sitcom actor in the 90s, I would walk into a room and everybody I would see would look like me. And I was doing a second position, which doesn't even exist anymore, where you do 2 pilots a year. And I was looking around basically every part of television when I was a kid. I was centered in some fashion. It was either this is about my mother, or this is about my father, or someone like me was centered. So, you know, we can argue as to whether or not Hollywood is overcorrected in some fashion. But on a governmental level, the DEIA directives that agencies were following for the past 4 years, there's nothing, I don't know what you mean by abuse on it, but there is no evidence that it was an affirmative action program in those instances.
True.
It was about anti-discrimination.
And people really, really misunderstand affirmative action as well, okay? I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say it with full authority bestowed upon me, and I'm gonna say it with full confidence of a person that has looked into it and that has debated it. Okay? Please trust me when I say that it's nonsense, okay? All the anti-affirmative action arguments. What was the question? A bit of a personal tangent. Oh. Did I ask a question? But yeah. People criticize things without understanding what they are. That is the biggest problem.
Discrimination. You cannot discriminate against these people, and you want to open up opportunities for a broad swath of people. Again, the internship is like one of the most material things that exist there, with the idea that you need to pay interns. And that's important because you want low-income people to have the same sort of like opportunities to see these things as wealthy people.
And that is also the idea behind affirmative action, okay? So that people from poorer backgrounds have the same opportunities to get education. I didn't think that it's like I did not think that it would be controversial. But I guess it is. I guess it is.
You know, my kids can maybe afford to do an internship for the summer instead of going to get a job.
I think what's happening is we're talking about two different things.
Well, but I'm talking about Trump's.
No, we're not talking about. I mean, yeah, but yes, I'm serious talking about the things that Trump's that Trump's executive order directly affects, right?
DEIA rescission is a way of basically driving people out of these agencies, making it
you're saying Trump specifically, and I understand why you're saying Trump, but
well, yeah, Trump specifically because he specifically signed the executive order. Who would you be talking about if not Trump? He signed a huge anti-diversity and inclusion executive order to erase anything diversity and exclusion from governmental positions, etc. Am I right or wrong? Who wants to sign peace with me? Who am I at war with? Wait, I'm at war with these guys? Since when?
It is done then.
I think the American people as a whole have kind of, and I won't say whole because obviously it's not 100%, but a majority of the American people have kind of rejected DEI because, again,
I don't think a
we're
majority.
That's great, but it seems like a majority of people just don't understand what it is. So that's not an argument that the majority of people rejected this, that, or whatever. Okay? If you're gonna reject something, understand what it is.
we're talking about
know what DEIA is.
That may be the case, but again, my point is we're talking about abuse of a system.
How can you speak of abuse of a system if you don't know what it is? How? This is ridiculous.
You're talking about is not necessarily what was happening. What people were seeing were, hey, because you're white, you can't do this, and liberals like to do this thing where they create systems, and then they created the whole idea of woke, and then they backed away, and then conservatives say woke, and then they're like, well, we don't know what woke is. They created DEI. Biden literally said Kamala Harris is being chosen because she is a black woman, and then all of a sudden, Democrats for the rest after that said that's not why she was chosen, even though Biden literally said that. And then we have this cognitive dissonance as if we're not living in reality.
Biden wanted to make sure that there was that there was an opportunity for a black woman to be his vice president.
Yes,
without a doubt.
so why did Democrats move away from that and say no? It wasn't because she was a black woman.
I don't know
my point is
it's
that
not because she's a black woman.
But that's what they said. I can agree that it's not because she's a black woman, but that's what they said. Why did they say that then?
No, because there are plenty of black women, right? Like, he could have picked anybody, but he picked specifically her. You're positing the idea that there wasn't a black woman who would have been qualified for that position.
No,
and I don't believe that.
No, that's not what conservatives aren't saying that there are.
I mean, that would be the logical conclusion of saying that she was chosen because she was a black woman. They would have to say that, no?
Because again, even in the Republican Party right now, and in Trump's cabinet, there are people of color that Democrats pretend don't exist, like J.D. Vance's wife, and
J.D. Vance's wife is not in the cabinet.
No, but if
she exists and is his wife, and this is such a weird argument. And I still have not heard what the abuse is.
If J.D. Vance was a Democrat, his wife would be lauded all over everything because of her color of her skin.
Listen, I'm not here to defend the Democrats' choice on every policy, but there is one party in this country that is identitarian. There is one party that is represented and it is homogenous, and it is the Republican Party. 85% of Republicans are white. That's just the reality of it.
So does that
Some
mean
people
that?
don't necessarily have a problem with that.
But here's the thing. You said even if let's just say, okay, that's true. 80% of Republicans are white. Does that mean that they're less moral? That they can't run an effective government? What does race have to do? What does race have to do? Hold on. What does
Donald Trump didn't have to say my vice president's going to be a white male?
No.
Because they all knew it was going to be.
No, this is the premise of DEI. What does race have to do with running an effective government? What does race have to do? If let's say DEI on the micro.
It has nothing to do with running the effective government. But what race has to do is that in the United States, as the unfortunate reality, I am winning. Many people that belong to certain races just have less opportunity because they're born into less wealthy neighborhoods, etc., right? So does that mean that those people just because of their birth, they just don't deserve certain opportunities? Like, are we going back to the class system that when you're born into a certain class, you just shouldn't want to rise above it? It's just out of your grasp because of the circumstances of your birth?
I will tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
Am I going to get better nuggets?
I'll ask you a question.
If the cashier is black or white, what does that have to do with anything?
I'll tell you what it is. First of all, DEIA means that if you come into this agency or corporation.
And also, it's not even, if we're talking about affirmative action, it's not even about race. A lot of affirmative action programs did not target specific races, quote unquote. It targeted states that were poor. You know, it was about poverty. The idea was that people from poor areas also deserve opportunity when it comes to jobs, when it comes to education. That's the real.
Ruler and ruled must stand in harmony.
I'm sorry. But if you don't think that people from poor areas deserve an education, deserve a job, deserve opportunity, then we're just going back to a class system. It's just based on wealth instead of status that you're born into.
You're not going to
Which wealth is also a form of status that you're born into. So
be discriminated against because you don't look like everybody else, or you don't have the same like physical abilities as everybody else, or you may require handles on the bathroom or whatever it is. That's what DEIA does. But does it make a government better if there's a broad representation of the people it's supposed to govern? Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Regardless of DEI, don't we already have things in our Constitution that protect people's rights, protects people?
No,
we don't, actually. I mean, by we, I mean the people of the United States. No, that's not a thing.
We don't?
No.
Do we or do we not?
No, we do not. Tell me what protects people from discrimination in housing and in work and hiring or getting loans. It's all statutes. It's all statutes. And in these government agencies, there was nothing except for that order. That's why Trump
I do have family in America.
Just rescinded it.
I'm gonna tap out because I think someone else.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna tap out.
Rescinded it. In these government agencies, there was it's all statutes. It's all statutes. And in these government agencies, there was nothing except for that order. That's why Trump just rescinded it.
I'm gonna tap out.
This is brilliant that people just don't know anything and they just ask questions very smugly. But it's already in the Constitution, isn't it? We're all protected in the Constitution. Well, no, actually. What? Whoop.
Because I think someone else has a better can defend that point specifically better than me.
All right, please return to your seat.
There is no defending this point, by the way.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Okay. When it comes to DEI, essentially, if a person was not racist, he would hire someone regardless, right? So why would we need a policy?
No, it's more than that. It's more than just if the person was not racist. It's that the person, again, by the circumstance of their birth, it doesn't have to have anything to do with race. The person, by the circumstance of their birth, did not have the extra activities, did not have the opportunity for education. Sometimes people have to work through school, etc. And again, I pose this question: does that mean that they don't deserve a job, that they don't deserve education? Is that really the conclusion that we should be coming to? Considering that, again, I will repeat it for the third time, I think. A lot of affirmative action programs did not target specific races, quote unquote. They targeted poor areas. They targeted people that were stricken with poverty. So a lot of white people were part of the affirmative action programs.
Policy to protect a person if we've moved past racism.
So it's a joke. What a joke to say that we've moved past racism. What a joke.
Consider yourself racist?
Wait, are you suggesting we've moved past racism?
Would you consider yourself racist?
I consider myself, and sometimes I think we all practice like some form of, white supremacy. I think actually like we all do to some degree.
Well, I'm glad that you're saying that. So I guess going to the LGBT topic, it seems like it's very prevalent for you as an issue.
Well,
Do you
it
have?
seems like a big issue. I mean, the Republican Party spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing trans people.
Well, the reason why they've done something like that, and I think you're misconstruing the narrative, they haven't demonized them. They simply want protections back for their own children, because children are being stripped away from
Who's
their
their
parents.
own children? Wait,
Parents?
children are being stripped away from their parents?
Yes, due to AB 954, they've now included gender identity as a premise to remove and strip parental rights for children who maybe they are rejecting their gender ideology.
So, but you'd be okay with parents who agree with their...
What is gender ideology? Already we're saying, like, what the hell is gender ideology?
their children's doctors to provide gender-affirming care.
I do not agree with that. Do you?
I believe that parents and doctors can make those decisions with the kids,
If
of
a
course.
child can't smoke, drink, or have sex before the age of 18, they should not be able to consent to a sex change.
That is stupid. That is a very stupid. I could make the same argument and say, if a kid can't drink, smoke. Okay, I'm gonna listen to this again.
Now, in sex before the age of 18, they
with the kids,
if
of
a
course.
child can't smoke, drink, or have sex before
If the child can drink, smoke, or have sex before 18, then the child cannot consent to having a life-saving surgery. There you go. Also, kids can have sex before 18. It's not illegal for children to have sex before. I'm pretty sure if two 17-year-olds meet and have sex, they're not gonna get arrested. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure teens can have sex with other teens and it's not illegal. Like, it's illegal for before 18 to have sex with adults, but not with other teens. I'm not, like, if two 16-year-olds have sex, I don't think the police is gonna bust in and be like, you're under arrest. Okay? That's not happening. I think. Is it happening in the United States? Should then also not be allowed to vote once you are 18? True, you should not. You shall be able to vote once you're 21.
before the age of 18, they should not be able to consent to a sex change. Now, in
Well,
terms of a
I don't know
DEI
that-
Also,
initiative,
gender affirming care is not strictly sex change. Okay? It can be transitioning socially, changing the way you dress, changing your name, going on puberty blockers. Those are not sex change procedures. So that argument is right away straight out of the window. And then once you're on puberty blockers for some time, you can start going on hormones, which is still not is considered a sex change, because the sex change is usually what people talk about when they say sex change. What they talk about surgeries usually. So already this person is just showing that once again people have no clue what they're talking about, but they always have the strongest of opinions about it.
initiative, in terms of a DEI initiative, the reason why there's military bans on trans women and trans men is because they do not have the ability to cooperate at a mental capacity when they're constantly undergoing hormone treatment as well as.
What? Are you insane? Citation needed? What do you mean they don't have the... I'm sorry, what? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, I think. You know what that means? You know what this person literally is saying? I'm gonna tell you what this person just said in practice. Children undergoing puberty should not be playing team sports because they have no capacity for cooperation when they're being flushed with hormones. That is basically what this person just said. When teens undergo puberty, when kids enter puberty, they should be banned from team sports because they just don't have the mental capacity for cooperation. There you go. We don't even have to be talking about any birth controls or anything. All kids, all teens that enter puberty should be banned from. They all should be banned from the team sports because they just don't have the mental capacity for cooperation because of all the hormones that are flushing their bodies. It's, of course, it makes perfect sense. It's just so logical. Why didn't I think of that? Oh wait, it's just stupid. It's just stupid. Oh my god. I've told you a million times, and I'm afraid I'm gonna be repeating it like a broken record. People have no clue what they're talking about, and they have so strong opinions on it. Do you think they even think about that? That's their problem. That's the biggest problem. People don't think at all. People just have vibes and then strong opinions. It's the trans hormones. It doesn't matter. Like, people just don't know what they're talking about. And they confidently spout nonsense. Smugly. Everything is just vibes though. Yeah, but some of the vibes you can actually back up with something, anything, okay? There are vibes that are just taken straight out of your ass, and there are vibes that you can actually present anything outside of your ass to back it up, okay? Well, you know what? I like it when the vibes are demonstrated by some sort of facts, you know, some sort of demonstrative facts, not just out of a person's ass. I like it when people know what they're talking about, okay? I like it when people even remotely look into the thing that they are criticizing. That is a thing that I like very much when it happens.
Depression pills as well as different mood stabilizer pills. And so when you go out to combat, do you really think you're going to bring an ice cooler pack with your whether that be hormone estrogen or whatever?
Hormone estrogen. There you go. The person just demonstrated the level of their knowledge on the subject. Hormone or estrogen or whatever. If it's a hormone or estrogen.
Maybe with your whether that be hormone estrogen or whatever it may be,
Hormone
while you're
estrogen.
about to shoot someone of the opposing
As opposed to the non-hormone estrogen.
Well,
war.
the executive orders that Trump gave were DEIA orders that had to do with agencies that have nothing to do with the military.
Yes, they do. Yes, they absolutely do.
The FDA, they just revoked the ability of the Air Force to teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Well,
Like,
we're not-
what are we talking about here?
Okay, well,
Honestly, like they're rewriting history.
well, that's your perspective, right? But
That's your perspective.
at the end of
Like airmen of the Air Force, FDA, they just revoked the ability of the Air Force to teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Well,
Like,
we're not-
what are we talking about here?
okay, well,
Honestly, like they're rewriting history.
well, that's your perspective, right? But at the end of the day, if a person
Tuskegee Airmen, we can all agree
okay,
existed,
just
right?
listen to this. If
I'm not sure how to spell it. This is it. Tuskegee Airmen. The Tuskegee Airmen were a group of primarily African American military pilots and airmen who fought in World War II. They formed the 332nd Fighter Group and the 477 Bombardment Group. So now you know why they're being arrested. It's a military aircraft unit made up of black people.
If you were racist, right, and you were an employer, and if you wanted to absolutely be racist and exercise that, you would. I think DEI sort of prevents people from seeing the reality. If a person truly wanted to hire you based on your intellect, based on your skill set, they would. DEI essentially provides tax cuts. For the end of the year, when you create your tax returns, they give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is black or a person of color. I don't know if you knew that.
In these agencies?
In agencies and private
In government
businesses.
agencies, they don't get tax cuts for hiring people
And
of
the other
color.
thing I
This
wanted
is
to,
to
and I,
protect
the other
people
thing I
from
want to
discrimination.
the other thing I want to kind of state here is that I've realized that a lot of the times with the liberals is that you guys push for example, for DEI and people of Latino or Hispanic descent. And a lot of the times what you don't realize is you're actually doing more harm than good by putting them in positions where you make them believe that it's based on the color of their skin. It's based on...
DEIA does not, is not
It's based on merit. DEI emphasizes color, skin color,
No,
physical
it
attributes.
says that the people who work in your agency, it's about anti-discrimination.
Discrimination against what?
Against people who may have different cultural mores, may have different...
But that's irrelevant to a job, right? It should be based on merit. And that is the emphasis here.
So I guess merit means being born into a wealthy family that, again, can give you extra activities, that can drive you to school, that can buy you books, that can sit with you and help you with homework. That's merit. That's merit. And if you go to university, it helps to get some extra points if your parent attended the same university. That's also merit. What is merit? I have to ask at that point.
Get hired
What
as
the hell is merit?
a merit, but if the DEI,
not if you
excuse
get
me,
a
if
tax
the DEIA, I'm talking about Trump's rescission of
If
these
you
orders
received a
on
tax
these
cut as
agencies.
an employer, wouldn't you hire a person of color?
Dude,
If you could pay them less?
listen, we're talking about government agencies that do not get tax cuts. Government agencies,
They don't.
no,
Yes,
these are,
they do. They absolutely do.
I'm talking about
Every
parts of-
private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies operate are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is
Wait, government agencies are not funded by the government? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh wow, I almost swore right there. This is the Trump voters. This is the face of a Trump voter. Government agencies are not employed by the government. What the hell? I have to listen to this again. It's called a government agency. Wow. Okay. Oh. Wow.
That is not true. And
Operate on government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies operate are funded by the government.
that is not true. That is not.
Government agencies are not funded by the government. Well, who funds the government? Does this person think that government agencies are private companies?
Not true. And you know what? I think the whole juxtapose of this entire conversation.
What month is this?
This is January.
Okay, so we can agree on that. The FDA does not pay taxes. It does not get a tax cut because it doesn't pay taxes.
Oh my god.
DEIA forces them as an agency to say if you have a job opening, you must do your best efforts to make sure that every
I like that. I
part
love
of
me a
society...
buzzword. You must do your best effort. I love that buzzword.
Okay,
Because
pause.
you feel like you have to. You're pressured
Pause.
to.
Yes.
What? What is this person saying?
Shouldn't be a buzzword.
Okay, pause.
I like that.
Part
I love
of you must, as an agency, to say if you have a job opening, you must do your best efforts to make sure that every
I like that. I
part
love
of
me a
society...
buzzword. You must do your best effort. I love that buzzword.
Okay, pause.
Because you feel like you have to. You're pressured
Pause.
to.
Yes.
You shouldn't be pressured to hire someone based on skin color.
No, not to hire someone with
Oh my
skin color,
God.
but put up notice about that the job exists. Make sure that you put it in different communities so that you have as wide an application pool as possible.
And therefore you get
All
tax
right.
cuts.
All right, return to
At
your
the
seat.
end of the year when you file taxes, you get a tax cut for hiring someone who speaks
Please
a different
return to your
language.
Oh my god, this is embarrassing. Oh no. Oh my god. Sam Seer is just appalled, isn't he? It's like, what the hell's happening? What the hell's happening? A government agency is just getting that tax cut.
Or different skin color.
I don't know how to respond to that. How you doing?
So I want a little bit more clarification because I don't even know if we got it yet on which part benefits corporations, like from your perspective.
So agencies, the U.S. government agencies, the vast majority of them, what they function to do is inhibit corporations from essentially externalizing their costs onto society.
Sure.
So the example would be, I used it before, but it's a good one. I'm making Teflon, C8, for instance, okay? And C8 is supposed to be burned because instead of deposited, because it's a forever chemical. And I can go out and instead of burning it, it's too expensive to burn it, I'm going to dump it into a river. And the EPA comes in and says, you can't do that. We're going to fine you. You're not allowed to do this. But what the companies doing when they do that is they're going to take the profits that come with lowering their costs by dumping it into the river. And those costs are then borne by everybody who lives around that river. They're going to get cancer. They're going to get gastrointestinal problems, whatever it is. And society bears the cost of that.
Can you connect the dots for me, though? Because it sounds like we're talking about something completely different.
And so the DEIA stuff is just the beginning of demoralizing these agencies and trying to wreck them from the inside. It's all part of Russell Votes thing, the OMB, the whole Schedule F where they get rid of civil servants and they demoralize people and they don't want them to be able to function.
So then would you agree if this is about demoralizing? I mean,
People don't know what DEI is.
75 million
at
people
all.
voted for Trump, right? He won the popular vote.
It's really
Do you not think that in part, you even said yourself that Americans don't really know what DEIA is according to your definition of it?
Well, the government's definition of it.
Okay, well, I would argue that the average American is demoralized
by the lack of knowledge, I know.
what they've seen, the way that the government goes about their DEI policies in the military and other organizations, not just the military.
Please return to your seat.
Okay.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is an app and website that is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Their team of journalists believe that unbiased news should be the standard and not just the exception, so they report down the middle with facts, delivering news without bias, filter, or spin. Plus, their Media Mist tool allows you to discover news that's being underreported or not even reported at all by different sides of mainstream media. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. The work they're doing gives us a complete picture of the news straight from our phones and tablets with their app. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you're also supporting a group of journalists that are raising the bar on news and focusing on serving you unbiased, straight facts. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now let's get into it.
My next claim is, unless you're a billionaire, a religious fundamentalist, or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake.
Okay, so let's tackle one aspect: religious fundamentalists. What benefit would religious fundamentalists get? And also, can you define what is a religious fundamentalist?
And maybe you could say more of like a Christian nationalist.
Okay.
In this instance, but things like the attacks on trans folks, the attacks on a woman's right to choose. The idea that we're going to get stuff like an enhanced RFRA, which is going to mean that if you're a pharmacist and you don't want to provide birth control, you may not have to.
Don't you think you're assuming that
if you believe that public education, we should take that money and pour it into religious schools, you're gonna get a benefit out of a Trump administration.
Yeah, but don't you think you're assuming that the vast majority of Americans who are moderates?
What do you think you're gonna get?
Hold on. This guy again? Why is this guy back? He was already talking. What's wrong? Why is this guy back? He dipped.
Out of the Trump administration.
Economic relief. That was
what kind of economic relief? They're going to cut Social Security. You're going to have to pay for your parents. They're going to cut when they.
This guy is mad. This guy is does not agree.
When they go after the agencies like they're going after, right? This is outlined in Project 2025. Russ Vought, who's going to be the OMB head, he was the OMB head the first time around. He wrote all the book on this stuff.
Okay, well, you bring up Project 2025.
When you cut agencies and go after them, and you fire all the inspector generals so that they're not being able to make sure that the agencies are working, who do you think profits from that? It's corporations. They're going to go after agencies that make sure your food is not full of botulism, that your air is not full of mercury, that your water is not full of C8. This is what they're going to do. Agencies exist to curb corporations from externalizing their costs and privatizing their profits. So it may be cheaper for a company to dump their chemicals into a river than it is for them to dispose of it in a safe way. And so they get the profits from that, but the costs are borne by society. They're borne by society in the form of like people get cancer. They're borne by society in terms of like we've got to do the cleanup. That's what agencies do.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That's good. Hey. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I'm a Reformed Jew. I don't have a strong belief in the existence of God, but I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's wrong with religious fundamentalists? So like when you said trans rights and women's rights or something like that?
Well, the problem I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really theocrats, is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the rest of us, and I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference. So morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation for my morality.
I mean, you can choose your religion. So in that sense, even having a religion, even when you have a religion, your morality is a preference. You just prefer the morality of your particular religion, but you have to choose that religion, right? You choose a religion. It's not ingrained in your DNA being Christian or Jewish or anything. Like believing in Judaism or believing in Christianity or believing in Buddhism or whatever. It's not ingrained in you. You choose that morality system. So it's a preference, all the same. So that's a pretty empty argument.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist? Utilitarian?
I don't really bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
It's always going to reduce you to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society.
Okay.
We have laws that we have decided as a society in a
Yes.
democratic way. And for
Perfect.
some people, it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No, I would be against it, but I mean, it would be
It would be morally right under your
not
view.
morally right. No. I'm
Okay.
not talking about morals
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religious foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off
I
of.
believe you can have an ethical
Okay,
framework without
and
religion.
if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates, you have a reproductive dead end, so two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy straight couple. Religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem, I just don't see a
There you go. Yeah.
justification for why.
He's basically saying my preferred morality should be the standard. Because I have a book
The enemy is at your
that it's
door.
written down in.
Why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good. Can you give me another justification for it?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
Okay, what about pedophiles? Are they born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
No, I think we as a society has
Should
decided.
implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge.
Yes,
correct?
because homosexuals hurt people just the same way as pedophiles do. That is a perfect comparison.
Correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than.
Okay,
than
so you're okay
preying on
with a
children.
45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well? Incest.
No.
If they consent, you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's like it's not beneficial.
Right, there's
for-
duties and obligations that we have. So religion provides those duties. Life isn't about
Well, but
freedom
also
and
I can-
exercising what you want.
I mean, well,
What? Life isn't about freedom?
you want to impose your religious doctrine
No,
on me,
because
and
you
I
just
don't want
admitted
that.
you just admitted we need duties. We have responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist
What? You're leftist.
view, the liberal view, doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
What's my argument as to why I don't want
You have no
your
contention.
religion to, well, because the other, first of all, I don't think that you have
Duty awaits.
the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong. And there are differences between religions. And so my argument is, you know, like, you're not going to keep halal or kosher, right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on religious truth. And the reason why
Yeah.
we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And kings came from the
Yes.
idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king. And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious fundamentalists.
And if I do, you have no issue with that.
And no. And this is why I say
Yeah, exactly. He is spitting right now.
under Trump,
He's spitting right now. This is just silly. Like, religious morality is just as much a preference as any. If we're going for with that argument, because you choose your religion, you choose the religion that you believe in. At the end of the day. Okay. So let's not pretend
Yes, you have one.
Yes.
You have a
Only
bunch
male
of
and
Christian.
female. You're right.
You have a
We
Christian
won.
nationalist,
Yes,
and
which is necessary.
And so I concede the point that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage
Yes.
under this.
Sorry, we're going to
And
have
so
more
I'm-
kids. We're going to have less abortions. We're going to have more family. We're going to have stable family households. Sorry about better
Trans
education.
people, gay people.
Better education has nothing to do with it. Is this unrelated?
People should be
They
outlawed.
should be straight. They should be straight.
Women should be
Oh,
secondary.
gay people should be straight. Perfect. They should be straight. Okay. Got it. Trans people should be just cis, I guess. Gay people should be straight. Cis people should be... This is just... I'm sorry. I cannot treat this seriously. This is just silly. This is just silly talk. And tall people should be short, and short people should be tall, and... Sure.
To their husbands.
Women should submit
right?
to the husbands.
Women
That doesn't
should
mean
submit to the
that doesn't mean they are
husbands.
slaves.
Right,
It doesn't
no,
mean they are
I
slaves. It means they are
understand. I
protected.
understand. You
Okay,
got
let
a
me ask you that. Let me
hierarchy.
ask you.
No.
Should
I
women
want
be
you-
drafted?
listen,
Should women be
listen,
drafted?
Listen, I think
If they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision that you have, and I think Trump supports it.
Yes.
I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision.
Yes.
And my hope is that when people look at this, they say, hey, wait a second. I don't want my life to be dictated by the notion of a Christian nationalist prescription. Now, you may win out. I mean, certainly, like if you look at a country like Iran, they have a theocracy there, and apparently that's good for them if they want it.
My final point is whenever
but
we
I
see,
don't want to live in a
my final point is
theocracy.
whenever we see people live out Christian values to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
All right.
I think you are at home in the Trump. Trump
Thank you
world.
very much.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Sorry, guys.
Walls are your first line of defense, but if they are breached, retreat and regroup inside the settlement to defend it.
I think I have an issue with the implications of the prompt. I mean, of course, I'll stick on the religious fundamentalism.
Of course.
I think it's unfair to view Christianity.
Okay, it's unfair to view Christianity.
Separated from the ideology that Christianity informs, right? You have an ideology that you vote upon because you view it to be the truth that benefits everyone in a society. That's how a democracy works. I, as a Christian, have an ideology that informs my opinions, and I believe that it is the most moral and correct way for a society to function. So I think if we put religious fundamentalism in a box where you say any moral implications that I draw from this, religion is unable to be voted upon, unable to be pushed onto you because simply it's a religion, is unfair to view it that way. Religion is an ideology like all ideologies are. It's you vote away.
I don't mind you. I don't dispute the idea that you could have a religious ideology and want to see it imposed upon others, and it's not inconsistent with my claim. My claim is that Donald Trump is ushering in an element of Christian theocracy that I can't remember his name, and you may be excited about, but I'm not excited about it. I don't think the vast majority of Americans are, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think this country was set up to be a theocracy, and I find it problematic that it will be. But others will be happy about it.
I think it's unfair as well to label any morals that comes from religion inherently immediately theocratic. Like having a theocracy is something different than having.
I think love thy neighbor is a good precept, and I don't know that we should necessarily legislate it, but I think it's a good precept. I think there are things from religion that are good. I interviewed Desmond Tutu years ago, who said that religion can be. Is like a knife. It can be used to spread butter or it could be used to stab people. But that doesn't mean that I want religious doctrine to be the same as the law of the land. We have a democracy, and it was founded on trying to get out from some type of like religious oppression, which means one religion shouldn't dominate in this country. That's my sense.
Yeah, and I see that, but I think I have an issue with where you would perceive religious doctrine is derived from, right? A guy doesn't, at least in Christianity, a guy doesn't go in a room and come out and say that he has a secret message from God that everyone now has to follow. Religious doctrine is ruled over, it's reasoned over, the same way any ideology is discovered.
I'm not talking about the validity of religious doctrine. Right. I'm talking about religious doctrine supplanting democracy and civil society.
Well, and I'm saying that religious doctrine is democratic inherently, and in the way that you.
Well, I mean, look, we can have a debate as to whether or not women should be subservient to men. Right. I don't think they should be.
Right.
And
Ideology is a misunderstanding of reality. I mean, is it? What do you mean? I'm gonna have to have convenient style, like, I don't know. I'm gonna need to have you elaborate. What do you mean by that?
Do you fear death? Such empty, empty words.
I'm gonna need you to elaborate on the ideologies and misunderstanding of reality. By which I mean that looking at society, movement structure in terms of ideologies is simply false. Okay, you're gonna have to elaborate once again.
I will avenge my past defeat.
Hold on.
democracy, I don't think it's healthy.
Right, but when you said earlier with him that someone shouldn't have I don't know the exact word, like a chokehold on what is, you know, religious truth and what isn't religious truth, that's not how religious truth itself works, and that's not how religious truth is brought to the political table to have that work either, right?
I don't know, when Pete Hegseth is in a bar yelling, you know, we're going to kill all Muslims.
Well, that's, yeah.
I mean, well, yeah, but now he's in charge of the largest military in the history of the world. I think, and he's informed by his Christian nationalism. I think that's a problem.
Right. Well, but
we can disagree on that.
Yeah, we don't take...
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks, Sam.
Return to your seat.
Okay, so Eleazar mentioned his views on gay marriage, and I saw that you believe that essentially conservatives don't believe that gay marriage should be allowed. I want to ask everybody in this room, is there any law or legislation that Donald Trump has passed to prohibit same-sex marriage in the last 4 years? Okay. Is there anyone in here who would potentially oppose two people kissing in public that are of the same sex?
I mean, isn't there a whole thing being pushed in the government right now in the US to do away with gay marriage? Is that not a thing? Am I being am I being duped?
You could raise your hand if you want. Yes, in public, kissing in public. No law against it, just your own opinion. Okay, so these are all people's opinions, right? The same way you have your opinions about Christians is the same way these people
What? My general just run away.
are allowed.
No, I don't have a problem with Christians.
Well, you do not believe that theology should be at its
We should not have a theocracy.
Correct. And so what I'm saying is, I think that Christianity.
We should not have a theocracy. No. Ideology doesn't move people. It is simply what they state after the fact. I mean, after what fact? What do you mean by after the fact? Because it feels like you're just doing the what was first, the egg or the chicken or the egg.
I think that Christianity is, fundamentally very important to instill family values in myself as well as every person who wants to have children. Now let's talk about...
I'm okay with that too.
Let's talk about Order 14,166. That is an executive order that Donald Trump just imposed on identifying what is male and female. So I personally
There you go. Trans issues once again enter the fray.
as well as many transsexuals, friends of mine, believe that a woman is a biological female, as well as a man being a biological male. You are assigned what you are at birth. You are not assigned your gender later on. What you choose to express is something
Well,
that
that's great, but the executive order does not distinguish between gender and sex, first of all. It says that the executive order says that there are only two genders, male and female. At least Trump worded it that way. I mean, yeah, what pushed them to state some sort of ideology wasn't the ideology itself. Well, yeah, people have bigoted beliefs, and then they build whole ideologies around it. Yeah, like people are like, gay people disgust me, trans people disgust me, therefore I make it my ideology. No, right?
that is similar to wearing a garment, similar to what you decide to put on your face. And I don't think there should be laws or legislations dictating people or imposing laws to manipulate children, for example, to castrate their bodies at such a young age.
Okay, first of all, no children undergo bottom surgeries, and people don't get manipulated into being trans. It's something that you just experience. You don't get manipulated. It's not, you're not wearing a piece of clothing. Gender dysphoria, for one, is a very real condition. That guy again, yes, this guy again.
50% of children.
Do you know how many children are treated over the past 5 years? Let's say, I think it was from 2018 to 22. There was a study that just came out from Harvard. Do you know how many children received gender-affirming care, but broken down into puberty blockers and then hormones?
Give me the numbers.
You tell me. I'm curious.
Well,
because,
I'm curious because you're bringing it up.
No, I have the numbers.
Okay, tell me.
I do, but
Tell
I'm
me.
curious if you know.
Tell me what the numbers
I
are.
promise to tell you after you tell me what you think it is.
I'm not gonna play that game.
Because I have a feeling
We're not playing.
I'm not gonna play the game of you expecting me to know what I'm talking about. No. You should learn by now that I have my vibes and I don't really have to know any of the numbers. Okay.
No, I am playing this game because
Why?
I think you think it's much higher. When you tell me that kids are being castrated, I know you don't really know what these numbers are. And I do know these numbers.
Okay, well, I can tell you this much.
What?
It was reported that scientifically, every single child who has received gender-affirming care, about roughly 50% of them regret it. And 50% of them are suicidal because of it. They're actually more depressed because of it.
How many of those kids? How many?
A psychologist,
How
by the
many
way.
over the course of 5 years?
Well, tell me.
You tell me.
Tell me.
Just give me
I know
a
what you're trying to
ballpark.
do. You're trying to put me in this chokehold of like,
No, I'm
I
not trying
got
to
you
put you in a
moment.
No, this is definitely an I got you
No.
moment because I'm suggesting to you that you think this problem is much bigger than
It is a huge problem.
Okay.
Medi-Cal, you know, Medi-Cal covers inmate trans women.
I understand that, yes. And I know
medical coverage.
one person has had that surgery.
I don't understand how my
But-
taxes
okay.
should go for an inmate
Okay,
prisoner
if
who
you
wants
have
to
a-
transition.
There you go. There you go. They don't know what they're talking about. Why should a prisoner be able to be themselves? Prison inmates, we all know they're not human. They don't deserve any consideration. Why should any tax dollars go toward inmates? They're not human. They're in jail. About every single child, about 50% of them, you can't be for real. Listen, 50% is about every single person, okay?
Well, I think because
50% of the time, it works every time.
we got to do health care for
No,
prisoners,
Gavin
and you
Newsom-
don't consider
Gavin
it real
Newsom-
health care.
Gavin
hold on, I
Newsom
don't want
has
to
imposed
listen,
$2.6
it's
billion in
900 kids over
2022.
5 years.
That is a lot of
received
children.
Puberty blockers.
That is a lot of children.
900
AB
kids over 5 years.
547 just
Do you know how
passed,
many,
including
do you know how
gender
many kids
identity,
died during COVID?
gender identity,
All right.
to allow children
10
to be
kids a
separated from
month
their
die
parents
from
just due to not
accidental
affirming
gun,
their gender
gun deaths.
identity.
But here's the point. Listen, Trump how is he hurting these people? He just rescinded the ability of the Labor Bureau to investigate discrimination in workplace. Are you for trans people being discriminated in workplace?
They're never being discriminated.
Are
Hold on.
you for trans people being discriminated?
Trans people have never been discriminated in the workplace. By the way, did you know that my parents have a friend that is a trans woman, and that trans woman has 2 highly specialized degrees, university degrees, and she just cannot find a job, and she lives in a shack. Yeah, there's definitely no workplace discrimination against trans people. That's not happening. Never. Never, ever. It's rather that all prisoners not live anymore. I mean, yeah. How dare my tax dollars go towards anything for inmates? They're not human. Like this, what? They're all trying so hard to get a soundbite to get ridiculed by a right-wing media group. I'm telling you, right-wingers saw this and they assumed Sam Cedar was the conservative because they said those people are so stupid.
Very passionate about that question, and can I answer it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I believe that affirmative action should be...
It's not affirmative action.
Oh, then what is it?
It's anti-discrimination.
Oh
it's not
God.
saying that you have to hire
Hold on.
trans people.
Okay,
it's
well, hold
saying
on.
you can't fire someone when you find out they're trans.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. So when you hire someone, or when you
Affirmative
interview someone, for
action.
example, you are supposed to interview them based on their knowledge and their work ethic, not based on sex.
I'm not saying affirmative
based on
action.
their sexual
Are you allowed
orientation.
to fire them if you find out they're trans?
If you need to, then you should. If you need to, then
Right,
you should.
so we have a disagreement. I don't believe people should be discriminated against.
Pause.
And that's not discrimination. It's based on your knowledge, not what you sleep with, not who you sleep with.
What?
Just saying.
Not what you sleep with. Oh, that's not really stupid. I have to abandon it.
Hi.
Sam.
So, I actually think that this liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely. And
Oh my god, a Russian simp is in the audience. Oh my god, the liberal world order has to be thrown away. What are we gonna hear? Like a bunch of Russian talking points?
I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative. What we're seeing right now is
And
just
congratulations.
Yeah, and thank you. And yeah, I think what we're seeing right now is a culture of death. This is the most suicidal generation ever. We have millions of children dying by abortion. People aren't even reproducing. We don't even have like a...
Should we mandate people reproduce?
No, I don't think we need to mandate. We can just stop them from killing their kids.
That's called mandating people to reproduce, by the way. That is literally what it is.
There
So
are like
She doesn't know what any of those words mean, so...
Want to outlaw abortion?
yes.
Yes, I mean, we have a fundamental disagreement on this, and my claim was that if you voted for Trump, it would be to your benefit if you want to outlaw
I think it would
abortion.
benefit. I think it would benefit everyone.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that that women should have the right to choose.
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
True.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so like.
There
sure.
you go.
All
There
right.
you
I mean,
have it.
this I think though reinforces my point that that if you are
But it would be
a-
better for
a
society. It
Christian
would be better for
theocrat, then
everybody
you
in
would be
society.
happy.
And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
No.
Like
be xenophobic,
Yes.
I think it's horrible for America. Xenophobia is horrible especially for America, considering how America was created in the first place. What made America what it is. Xenophobia is the worst possible thing for America. She will parrot Dugin for sure. Oh yeah.
Nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which
There you go. I already did the spiel at the beginning of this, okay? I already did a whole spiel about this before.
To arms!
Am I at war with this guy?
Attack!
No, this cannot be.
In excitement,
Am I actually at war with this guy now? Or no?
on the march! Unite or die.
And ask the founding fathers what they thought of the... Yeah, it's silly.
Do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture
What is the
based
dominant
on
culture?
European and Christian values and identity. That is the dominant culture.
White
It's
Christian-
rooted in European identity.
White. So your argument is
That
that
has been the dominant
it's-
culture.
Just to be
and
clear,
we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you
Your-
should keep your culture, and this is why our culture is so divided.
your argument is that Trump is good for those who want a dominant white European culture.
I mean, that is what America is. It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been. Would you really disagree with that? What is it then, if that's not the identity of America?
Well, I think the identity of
For the
America.
majority of time, America has been a country. You don't think that's been the identity?
Well, actually, no. I think actually the identity of America has been, for better or for worse, a melting pot in that regard.
Yeah, maybe since like the 1960s. Even then, even we had this idea of a melting pot literally means assimilation too.
No, it does not. It does not. It means, it doesn't mean assimilation.
There's barely anybody here.
Hold on.
Passion cannot burn indefinitely.
It means melting. It means you're
What's that different word from assimilation? Jesus Christ, people are so dumb. Again, they don't know what they're talking about. Integration. There's a huge difference between integration and assimilation. Thank you. What is a European identity? There's no such thing as a singular European identity. That's also what it means when you put a bunch of ingredients of elements in a pot. Eventually the dish will get a different flavor, right? And then a lot of whatever you make gets different properties. Yeah, but the whole thing about a dish is not that all the ingredients become one singular ingredient. If you eat a good dish, you can say, oh, I can taste this in the dish, or I can taste that in the dish. You can still taste the individual ingredients in combination. That is the whole point, right? The ingredients don't melt into one big ingredient. That's silly, isn't it? A bit. Yeah, they still make some. Yeah, true, of course. Yeah, but you still have the individual. That's integration, okay? Yeah, of course, and that's integration. That those different cultures exist alongside one another, and together they create something else. Like people from all over the world. I've used this example before. Come to the U.S., introduce their dishes into the U.S., like the Chinese, the Vietnamese, Polish, or what have you, and then a unique spin is being put on these dishes, right? And that's American. And what this person is saying is that the Chinese should throw away all the Chinese dishes and just be European. Whatever that means. They should not be there at all. All Americans should be white or something.
Assimilating to the dominant
But,
culture. Is that not
well,
what melting
no,
means?
no, it doesn't
and
mean
now
that you're
instead we're
assimilating
saying there's something
to
wrong
the
with xenophobia.
dominant culture. No. I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. It's a choice. And people, I think what you're expressing, though, is really what the Trump movement at its heart is about. And I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's like anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist. That's ridiculous. Like Trump's basically a Democrat from like 15 years ago when it comes to social
So you don't think that he's conservative enough for you?
Oh, definitely nowhere close. No.
He's not xenophobic enough for you?
No, he's.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Trump's just not fascist enough for me. Trump's not near enough of a fascist for me. Why can't he be more like Adolf Hitler? Now that guy was cool.
He's trying to import a bunch of H-1Bs. Are you kidding?
Right. Oh, so you want to get them out too? Yeah. No, I mean, I think you're making my argument for me.
All right. Well, I'm just saying he's not even in this.
Oh my God. This.
My next claim is the GOP will destroy Social Security and health care.
But no flame can last.
Nice to see you.
So, what if Social Security should go away? That's my question to you.
Yeah, what if those veterans shouldn't receive any benefits? What if the people with disabilities shouldn't receive any benefits? What if people with any chronic health problems should not receive any benefits? Have you considered that? Have you considered that if you cannot, pull yourself by your bootstraps, then you just shouldn't have a dime? Have you considered that? Like, easy peasy lemon squeezy. If you cannot pull yourself by your bootstraps, you just deserve to die in a ditch, I suppose.
Because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty, and not only does it keep our elderly out of poverty, it's essentially
elderly. What do you mean? They've served their purpose. They've breeded. They've contributed to the economy. They should be out. They should be. Maybe they should just. Have you considered that maybe the elderly should be taken out back and dealt with? Have you considered that possibility? They actually do think this. I mean, at least this guy seems to think it when he's like, maybe the entirety of Social Security should just go away. That is what I'm hearing. Maybe they literally should just be taken out back once they reach a certain age.
a social insurance program that protects you if at the end of your life you don't have enough money to survive.
For right now, do you know that it's also the albatross around our generation's neck?
No, it isn't.
Okay, so
let me just explain this.
Well, you're
Let me
going to
explain
go
this to you.
back to lecturing me about Social
because-
Security.
Well,
we don't
that's
have,
what we're talking
we
about.
are,
Social
yeah,
Security.
Social Security is one of the top 3 funded.
Social Security is almost the biggest thing that our government does.
Exactly, and we are
it
more than
keeps
$30 trillion in debt.
2/3 of our, well, first of all, Social Security cannot contribute legally to the deficit.
Because they don't even account it in the federal deficit every year.
That's correct.
We have
because
30
it's
years.
self-funding. When Social Security started in 1936.
Oh my God. Again, people don't know what they're talking about and they're so confident about it. It's almost comical. It's almost comical how Trump voters have no clue what they're talking about. And then they just jump in all gung-ho, and then it turns out they don't even have the basic knowledge about what they're talking about. It's what the hell?
You have more workers than retirees because people haven't entered into retirement. By 1970, it was at 3.5 to 1. Now it's at 2.5 to 1. But productivity has increased during that time, so the amount of money paid into Social Security has been up there. The reason why we are running out of money just for the trust fund, not for Social Security, like I say, if we do nothing with Social Security now, it is statutorily unable to contribute to the debt. The math is right there. The reason why the trust fund...
Math? What are you, a nerd? Come on.
...fund is running out is because wealth inequality...
Come on, Sam Cedar, don't be a nerd. Math? Oof. Oof. Oh, Sam Cedar, that's not good. Math. Nerd.
He has hoarded so much money above the cap.
You don't think it's because...
You're a nerd.
The government does a terrible job managing their money. They have a huge spending.
Oh my God. Should we need to tax the rich? I mean, that is true. Sometimes it becomes clear that some people do not want other people to be alive. Which game is this? It's Total War Free Kingdoms. Like, this is so silly.
Problem, and
you
they
could
go
always do what Russia does. Fight income inequality by paying widows a lot of money for their dead husbands that have been sent to war. Russia, do it the Russian way.
Well, look at all this money we have for Social Security that's earmarked for 60 years from now that we're just going to spend on something right now.
40 years ago, they predicted this. This is an actuarial table. Accountants sit there and look at it. This is a very easy math problem.
Accountants in the government are always right? That's totally the thing that you're saying? That
Oh my God. Yes, the accountants in the government are totally lying in a big conspiracy to get you. Yes, of course. This is what it... This is the next stage, okay, of what I'm talking about. People don't know what they're talking about, and when they are presented with facts, they just retreat to conspiracy, okay? Oh, so you trust these sources? Oh, so you trust these people? You trust these things? You don't trust my God, but you trust these economists? They just retreat to conspiracy. Because there's nothing else that they have outside of it.
We're always correct about money, right? That's why we have a $40 trillion debt problem.
The problem isn't the math with the 40 trillion debt problem. It's the you have tax
It's
cuts.
the spending problem. I totally agree with you, which
Social
I would argue is
Security-
part of why Social...
Oh my God. Oh boy.
Social Security's gone in the hole already.
That's simply not. Not true.
Oh, okay. So we're out of money from
If
the Social
trust-
Security bucket.
No. Statutorily, by that I mean by law. Social Security pays for itself. If we do nothing, the 6.2% that your employer and your employee pays into it will pay out 78% of benefits starting in 2033.
And why is it going down? If everything's so much better, why is it only 78%?
If we raise the cap, there's a cap right now at $176,000. So for instance, if you make $100,000, you pay $6,200 into that.
A year,
but
yeah.
A year. But if you make $4 million, do you know how much money you pay into Social Security? $6,200.
And so why should wealthy people pay a higher percentage?
No, they should pay the same percentage. 6.2 on $400,000, 6.2 on.
Oh my God. Oh, what did I just hear? Oh my God. Why should the rich pay a higher percentage? Okay, now I'm just being dumbstruck, okay? Conservatives don't understand how percentage works. Oof. Oof. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Conservatives do not understand how what percentages are and how they work. Wow. I have to listen to this
$1
again.
million percent.
Why should wealth
$100. You know how much money you pay into Social Security? $6,200.
And so why should wealthy people hang on? Why should wealthy people pay? And
how much money to that?
A year.
$100,000 right now at
78%.
If we raise the cap, there's a cap right now at $176,000. So for instance, if you make $100,000, you pay $6,200 into that.
A year,
but
yeah.
A year. But if you make $4 million, do you know how much money you pay into Social Security? $6,200.
And so why should wealthy people hang on? Why should wealthy people pay a higher percentage?
No, they should pay the same percentage. 6.2 on $400,000, 6.2 on $1 million.
And why should they pay even more money at all? Because they make more money? Again, you.
Oh my god. This is so. Why should they pay more at all? Because tax is percentage based, you idiot. How else would you tax people? Would you make it a fixed amount? How would that work? Does this guy want taxes to be a fixed amount that is affordable for the poorest in society? Therefore, what? What the hell? What is this guy's solution? Either for it to be a really big fixed number so that no poor person could ever afford to pay tax, or make it a really small number so that a lot less money would flow into the budget. This is brilliant, amazing. The rich should just hoard the money, should take it out of the system and just hoard it. This is amazing. Oh my god.
You fundamentally have this idea that because somebody, you have an idea that because somebody makes more money,
progressive taxation. You mean woke taxation? Holy crap! Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Holy moly!
That's fundamentally wrong, right?
No, I don't think it's
fundamentally wrong for taxes to be percentage based. That's fundamentally wrong.
War grows bitter.
Where are these people coming from? Where do they? How did they find these people with sub-level IQs, with sub-level? Holy crap! Oh my god! I don't even know how to react to this appropriately. What kind of analysis can you apply to someone saying, well, it's just fundamentally unfair that tax is percentage based? Wow. This is amazing. I don't even know how this person envisions taxes to function.
Fundamentally wrong. I think that they should pay more taxes into it. Now, I do think as a society, we should not allow billionaires. So for instance,
they can pay more tax.
Maybe I'm just too much of a commie, but I do in fact think it's wrong for the wealthy to hoard money like dragons while people starve. You're a communist. It's a global race to the bottom, true. Tax should be $5. Yeah, it would be affordable for the poor and the rich. Great. Amazing. Amazing. And what an amazing idea. What an amazing concept. I'll be some weirdo libertarian. I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
Generally, but why should they?
Highest tax rate hang on. And the greatest expansion of our economy.
Hang on,
in this
does a
country?
billionaire
Oh my god.
get more money from Social Security if they went to go take it than I would?
No,
of course not.
Insurance.
So why should they pay more?
I'll tell you what. Because if it is.
Oh
it is a social insurance program that keeps you from being in poverty when you're a senior. And the reason why I think billionaires should pay more taxes than other people, even a higher percentage, is because it works better for society. The greatest expansion we've had in this country in terms of economics, and the least amount of wealth disparity was in the 40s and 50s and 60s in this country. Do you know what the top marginal rate was?
It was high.
Do you know
yeah,
what it
I don't
was?
know the exact number, but
If you made over $470,000 in 1955, every dollar you would make above that was taxed at 90%.
So I have a question.
90 cents on every dollar was taxed above 470. So if we had in today's
which is wild, by the way. But
and it's also the greatest expansion we had of the economy.
Yeah, you
It
can
helps
you can
more
expand
people in
for a
this country.
time, and then you see places.
No, then
you
the
see
tax
like Nordic
cuts-
countries that were like, oh, let's tax the hell out of our rich people, right? And then they go, whoops, we messed up. We can't actually live off of our terrible. We basically are able to live off our economic boom that they had between like the 40s and the 90s.
What? What the hell? By the way, because people don't understand how percentages work, people don't realize that if you tax a billionaire 90%, they're still rich, okay? The 10% of billions upon billions of dollars is, let's just say, you're still rich, okay? You're still rich. You're still rich if you have 10% out of billions of dollars. People don't really realize that. People just see 90% and say, oh my God, that's wild. But it's 90% out of billions or millions. It's still a lot of money, okay? My grandfather used to be in the highest tax bracket. Yeah, because you have to reach that bracket, right? You have to make a certain amount to be in a certain bracket. If you don't make that amount, you fall to a lower bracket. That's how it works. You're not in a bracket for a life. Your bracket is based on how much you earn. If you stopped earning this amount of money, you fall in a bracket. Okay? Jesus.
And then we have to revert all of that because we made a terrible choice and we were able to have a party for 50 years until we realized we ran through all the money that capitalism got us. So let me ask you real quick. So the average person, right? Right now they fundamentally look at Social Security, young people like me, and they go, I'm going to have that money sitting waiting for me when I retire. Since your opinion is whatever works best for the average person is better, wouldn't you rather shift towards something that I would agree with, which is getting people that are 19, 20 years old into funding their own retirement rather than relying on other people to fund it for
You're talking
them?
like the 401k.
Oh my God. Pull yourself by your bootstraps, everybody. It's gonna work so well.
Sure. Well, not just a 401k, but for IRAs, any other type of retirement.
Security
Would you
was
agree?
set up
Would we
as
agree with that?
Social Security was set up as part of a three-legged stool where back in the day when I was a kid, we had defined benefit pensions where you'd know how much money you would get out. That all shifted in the 80s to defined contribution where you know how much you put in. The 401k started during that Reagan era. It has been a disaster because the fact of the matter, for better or for worse, people just don't save in the way that you're talking about.
Why?
It would be nice if they could.
If the
because
government, if the government were changing the mindset and actually pushing that cultural shift towards, we're not just going to hand you money when you're sick.
True, we should push the mindset of pull yourself by your bootstraps because that works so well in life and it works perfectly well for everybody. You have a disability, pull yourself by your bootstraps. You have a debilitating chronic illness, just pull yourself by your bootstraps. You're not working hard enough. Have you considered walking it off? Because Social Security, believe it or not, is for people like that as well. I just walk it off. You'll be fine.
65. You have
We've
to
had
plan
a
for it right now.
40-year experiment with that, the government affecting the cultural mindset, and it failed.
We've had a 40-year experiment
failed.
of everybody.
More
you know what my
people are now
parents say?
relying on Social Security
do you know what
for their
grandparents say? They go, "Well, I'm just waiting for my social security check to come in," rather than I have $800,000 waiting for me because I thought about it when I was 19 and 20 because I didn't have this grab bag of money waiting for me. You're a
Yes, you're so. If you're born in a poor neighborhood and you have to work part-time jobs to support your family, if you have to forego education, yeah, you're totally gonna be thinking about your big bag of money at 19 when you're gonna be older. Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect. That is absolutely how that works for everybody without exception. Wow. If more people are so stupid that they cannot just think like this guy. It's so brilliant. It's just brilliant. It's amazing. It's the best thing ever. Why don't people think in these terms? Why are people such silly billies? Why are people such silly billies? Just, have you considered pulling yourselves up by your bootstrappies? Since not everyone can save money, we should have a public option for poor people to survive. Look, sure you need to feed yourself and your children with your 2 jobs, but have you considered your stock portfolio? At 19 years old, by the way? Like, this is silly. This just assumes that all people are the same, all circumstances are the same for everybody, always. And if you don't arrive at the best possible if you just don't arrive at the best possible outcome, then you just didn't deserve it, I guess. Of course. Duh.
Hey man,
that you're
it
assuming
would be
that young
great.
people
I
can't-
try and tell my kids.
So we
to
agree.
save
So we
money too.
agree. We should get rid of Social Security and
No.
phase it out. Well, no. So we should.
Ridiculous. Really cannot fathom my life that's not control middle class. Yeah, it's silly.
Phase out. How would you listen to this idea? You phase out Social Security to where people who have 5 years left before they retire get 100% of the benefits, and then people like me who have 40 years until we retire,
Dude,
I'm not
I
going to
don't
get
wanna
it. I have to.
screw you.
I'm going to get screwed either way.
No,
you
you're
really,
not.
you really
No,
think
you're
I'm going to
not.
get Social Security
I
someday?
guarantee you, at the very least, you're going to get 78% of your benefits.
That's
if you
awesome. I'll
join
get
me- if you
$9,000 a
join
year.
me
That's great.
In calling for
I love this response. I don't want to screw you. Oh gosh. Oh. Oink. Oink, oink, oink. Says the little piglet.
our government to increase the cap.
Conservatives need to learn empathy, literally. Okay, I mean the conservative view is if you're homeless, then you just don't deserve a home, I guess, and you're subhuman. If you're addicted to drugs and you have problems holding a job, and again that leads to homelessness, then I guess you just don't deserve to live or something. Like, this is just ridiculous. Maybe they should learn what a percentage is first. Yeah, that would be a really good recommendation. I have a feeling that a great amount of Republicans would just benefit from some basic education, unironically.
In fact, get rid of the cap, then your grandkids will get Social Security.
I would much rather, and again, maybe we'll just disagree, but I would much rather result to, hey, 20-year-olds, please save for your own retirement, invest for your own retirement, because the government is bad at—
Pull yourselves by your bootstraps, because absolutely everybody in society has just these same opportunities.
A peace born of desperation, not resolution.
Really is, at least where I am in the States, a general idea that being poor is a moral failing. It's ridiculous. It's really stupid. I don't know how there's no other way to say it. Okay? It's just really, really stupid.
Our work is done.
How can being poor be a moral failing? Oh God.
at dealing with money.
And what happens
Don't
if they
rely on
don't?
them. What happens if what?
What happens if those 20-year-olds don't listen to you?
The same thing that happens if a 20-year-old just doesn't go and get a job because I tell them to.
No.
They're going to have a problem, but that's not my fault.
No, I get.
Yeah, it's just that simple. If you don't succeed in life, then that automatically means that you just didn't do the right thing. Okay, it's just, yeah, of course, naturally. If you're not a billionaire by the age 30 or 25, then you're just a failure and you deserve your lot. Obviously. That is so simple. Okay? You just don't get it. Okay? You just don't understand basics of anything. Okay? You're just you're just silly. You're just being a silly Billy again. Okay? Ridiculous. Why are you so ridiculous? They imagine it's because the poor just don't want to work. Of course, of course. What the hell? Some people really do need to do a Freaky Friday.
Bad news for you, it's not your fault, but there used to be in New York City 30,000 people sleeping on the Bowery.
No one in this room was alive before
Social
Social Security. We've all lived under this, just like the
and it
income
has
tax.
been the most successful government program in the history of our government.
Things that are successful don't just start to die out and end up in the.
It's not dying out.
It's the grab bag of money, the massive.
What do you mean it's not dying out? Trump's getting rid of it, so it has to mean that it's dying out. These people are just stupid. I have no words. I have no words. Yeah, it does. I bet a person like this is anti-housing first policy for the homeless, by the way. I bet your ass that this person, if they hear housing first policy, first of all, they wouldn't know what it is. And if they knew, they would be against it. I would bet at least $10 that is the case. One moment, I'm gonna go to the toilet. Oh, with Otro, you're white. Consider not being white. But yes, it's like, I'm sorry it took so long, but at this point, me going to the toilet is not just going to the toilet. I have to pet the dog, give him a snack. I have to go look at his bowl, make sure that it has water in it. If it doesn't, I have to go to the toilet again, fill the bowl with fresh water, and put it for him. So a trip to the toilet is not just a trip to the toilet anymore. It's more. It's far more engaged than that. Oh. Oh my God. So many white people. It's not okay to be white. It's pretty sad how some conservatives don't value the lives of other people. Society should care for everyone. We must not be indifferent to others. Exactly. That is the main point. You should not be indifferent to other people. It's really weird. Society sort of... Yeah, actually, I think it's a pretty universal thing internationally. That sort of... You get sort of guilted into thinking that just helping people is somehow bad, you know? It's a whole thing. It's like there's that thing ingrained into you that caring about others is a conflicting thing, sort of. That people just want to use you, and if they want your help, then that just means that they want to use you in some way, and you shouldn't. Let's not even get into that.
Excess that was there in the early years because of the 42-to-1 beneficial.
There wasn't a massive excess in 1936.
42-to-1
Dude,
is
that was
a
just
massive
because
excess.
There weren't that many people who had entered into the Social Security program.
And the fact that
in 1970 it was 3.5 workers to 1. Now it's 2.5, but productivity has increased it. I've told you why. The Social Security Trust Fund is running out. It is because of wealth disparity. Billionaires hiding and hoarding their money. Above the cutoff line, which is 176,000. That's the cap. If you remove the cap, your grandkids
billionaires aren't keeping two.
Billionaires don't have billions in cash. Have you considered that they have stock? Oh my God. This guy's about to say it. I bet your ass this guy's about to say it. But have you considered that they don't have it all in cash? They actually have it all in stock. They have they have stock. It's not all in cash. They don't have a wallet full of billions of dollars. Have you considered this fact? Mr. Cedar, have you considered these facts of the matter? Have you ever considered
$1 billion under their mattress? They're investing it back into.
There you go. There you have it.
Just putting it into some stock market, or they're just looking around.
And what do you think a 401k or an IRA relies upon? It relies on the stock market and things like that.
Yeah, a 401k relies on the stock market, and I knew people who were retiring in 2008 when the stock market tanked, and they got.
Whoops. That backfired. That backfired really, really badly. It's an American stock market crashing right. Be quiet, Mo. Be quiet. I already told you, the elderly should be taken out back to begin with. A retirement scheme is a luxury.
Screwed.
Well, that's a whole other.
It's bad for the economy for money to just sit there and do nothing. I mean, that is true. Investing
Whole
money.
other problem. I would argue that's
that is
largely
the
driven by the
problem.
government being.
That is what Elon Musk, the brilliant entrepreneur Tony Stark, did by investing the money back in the economy by buying Twitter. Is that right?
Once
That
again,
is the
terrible with
problem.
policy and
That is
creating
the problem.
bad economic
Social
hazards.
Security is there regardless of what happens with the stock market.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
You have been deemed not to do a perfect job.
Micah.
Hey, Micah.
Good evening,
Sam.
Sam.
Nice to meet you.
There's an idea that you have that basically government can kind of fix all these problems, right? If you didn't save for retirement, well, then the government can just come in, swoop in, and save you from
Well, not
that.
swoop in. It starts on literally the day.
Oh my God, Liu Bei wants to steal my elephant and wants to give me nothing in return. Wow, okay. That's theft. That's just wow. Yeah, sure, I'm gonna give you my elephant for nothing in return. Hello, Lisa Blogger. Like, what the hell is this? The hell is this? I'm just supposed to give you my elephant for nothing? You're supposed to be the nice guy of this group. Hello. I'm not giving you my elephant. What the hell?
So be it.
Okay. Hey, I've got a proposal for you. Give me your elephant. And nothing. I got a perfect proposal for you. I'm gonna give you. I'm just gonna give you. Oof, I'm so angry. Hello, Lisa Blogger. Did President Sunday not stream today? Was there a no President Sunday stream? All right, let's watch.
Day you get your Social Security.
Sure. It swoops in once you retire, right? Once you can.
Well, you pay
once you
into
can.
it.
Right, exactly.
Okay, close defeat I can work with. I can try to win this.
And so you believe this idea basically that government is an effective organization, which it just time and time again, if you look at history, that's proven to not be true.
When you're hitting at retirement, you don't know.
When people say, when you look at history, usually they have no clue about history, just so you know. Usually when people invoke history like that, they actually do not know the history. Wait, so did President Sunday stream today, or was there no President Sunday stream tonight? No President Sunday stream tonight. They should all be here. All President Sunday viewers should be here.
It's an insurance program. That's it. It's an insurance program, and it basically says you're insured against eating cat food when you're 65, and it works. It works.
No, it doesn't. You should have, well, one, you should have your own personal.
How doesn't it work?
First of all, you should eat cat food when you're 65. Thank you very much. Or else it means that you just didn't deserve to eat anything else because you did not pull yourself by your bootstraps, okay? And that is your moral duty to do, okay? If you don't pull yourself by your booties, then you have not been performing your duties. Am I right?
How doesn't it work? Yeah. Well, I mean, we've already discussed the details of how it is just completely failing as a program. Like,
well, how is it failing?
Because I'm not going to receive any Social Security
I've already
benefit.
told you right
now. I know. I'm not going to rehash out that debate.
Well,
the main
look
issue.
At the numbers. You've just been told this, and you know why you've been told it? Is because they want to raid it to give tax cuts to rich people. That's why.
So are you saying there are the Trump tax cuts were only for rich people? You're saying
no, I'm
people...
not saying they're only for rich people.
Oh, okay. Then how could
rich
they
people
only...
benefited more from it than low-income people? And I would
And
say,
what do you mean benefited more from that? Because we already went over the percentage numbers, and we know that's not true.
They don't need the money as much, and they don't need it.
What are you talking about? These rich...
What do you mean when you say that billionaires don't need even more money? No Sunday stream. I think he said it would be like on Tuesday. Okay. Well, the phrase meant to describe an impossible task has become the go-to action you are supposed to take. Yeah, impossible is nothing. There's a saying in Poland. Impossible is nothing. Also, tomorrow, I'll just make an announcement. Tomorrow, I'll be talking to Anastasia, Ukrainian Anna. We'll be talking about various topics. So if you're interested in me talking about that with her, then tune in, okay?
People are the people that are investing in smaller businesses. These are the people that are giving other people jobs to allow them to provide for their family.
Okay,
Listen,
pause. Pause.
Hey, go for it.
What's up? Hey. Good to be back.
Nice to see you.
Okay, yeah, nice to see you too. I want to zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
So obviously you're pinpointing on Social Security, and there's a reason for that.
And healthcare too.
Oh, okay, but Social Security is the program that you're very concerned about, and that
Medicare. I'd love a Medicare for all program, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the reason you're focusing in on Social Security precisely is because Social Security is the most successful in a shadow of social welfare programs and government spending. That it's like the Democrats.
It's also the biggest bucket of money.
It is the biggest bucket, but the
thing.
Democrats have these social programs and this deficit spending, and it just never ends. It's never enough money. So you're focusing on Social Security because it is the one successful child, but you're ignoring all the social welfare state that we become.
Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid make up
the majority.
Over like a
right. So 70%
of our
70% of our federal spending is mandatory. And that, you're right. It's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, interest on debt. 8% of we're paying for that. So the Democrats run on this. Essentially, they want a welfare state. So yes, Social Security might help a lot of people, but it's like we're
Wait, hold on. The United States has the least robust social security program when compared to Europe, doesn't it?
To a welfare state than we've ever been. 38% of the GDP in the U.S. is government spending. That's the highest since World War II. So us conservatives, we're trying to tell you, like, you guys are fiscally really
So are you worried
irresponsible.
about the tax cuts and what that does to the debt and deficit?
The tax cuts increased revenue.
No.
Yes.
I want to tell you about Kansas.
Okay, tell me about Kansas.
Sam Brown back in 2012 brought in Arthur Laffer. You know the Laffer curve, right? That's
Laffer curve, yeah.
The argument that if you cut taxes, you're going to get more revenue.
And that's exactly what happened.
Kansas.
No, that's exactly what happened
It
to TCJ.
destroyed Kansas. By 2016,
Let's
a
look at the
Republican
numbers.
legislature raised taxes again. They destroyed their education
Reality
system.
is against you, my friend.
Look up Kansas.
The
In
numbers.
fact,
The numbers
during
say
the Trump administration, they sent Sam Brown back. They made him the ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy
if
around
you
because
want
it
to
was
tax
a
the
disaster.
rich, you should vote Republican because they pay more in taxes. Under Republican, it was the same
Revenue
as
went
Reagan.
down.
It
Look
was
at
the same as
Kansas.
Trump.
Look at
the
Kansas.
U.S. Look at the U.S.
Look
We
at
have
Kansas.
the numbers
It
for
was
this.
the perfect
Obama's
experiment.
best year,
It destroyed
federal income
Kansas.
revenue, is pales in comparison to Trump's worst year. Do you get what I'm saying? Does more taxes necessarily equate to more revenue?
Yes.
No, that's where you're wrong. So if you look at TCJA, and I'll say the numbers again, the top 1% paid more into the system. GDP grew, wages grew 3% year over year under TCJA. So when you're saying tax the rich, like it sounds like you're actually a Republican. You just don't know it yet.
You're confusing causation with correlation because Obama's economic recovery was way too slow, and I agree with you on that.
Way too slow.
Way too slow.
When you have tons of stimulus, what you're doing is you're creating the Great Depression for the bottom 90%. All the assets inflate. So who does that benefit? Your policies benefit the 1%.
No,
Inflation disproportionately benefits the 1%. It's an immoral tax on the poor.
Listen,
and that's exactly what happens when they
COVID
stimulate.
Inflation was not a function of monetary stimulus.
It absolutely was. They increased the money supply by $6 trillion,
No, I
man.
understand they did that. I understand they did that. And they could pull it back on taxes with the wealthy if they wanted to. You're making an argument for higher taxation.
Okay, do you think taxing people makes the country wealthier? Is that what you think?
Does it make the country
Do taxes
wealthier?
make us wealthy? Is that government increasing taxes? Are we now more wealthy? Do you think that the only way you create wealth is by producing?
If you tax and spend, government stimulus can, yes, increase GDP, of course.
Is GDP wealth?
Is GDP wealth?
If we import 10 million immigrants and our GDP goes up, are we now wealthier? If the housing costs more, if CPI goes up because there's more people.
No, I understand. Inflation is under
economics.
Control, and we haven't pulled that money off the table.
Right, but I'm just saying that
inflation is back down because we had a problem.
The welfare
with
state
logistics.
makes us all poorer.
Yes,
it does. And you can see it
doesn't.
across history.
If you compare,
people want to come here for economic opportunity. We don't want handouts. We want opportunity. That's why as an immigrant, that's why my family came here. We left the social.
Pull yourselves by your bootstraps. Yes, so you should get me a raid. The U.S. Social Security is the weakest it's been since FDR. The GOP has spent at least 70 years dismantling the groundwork he laid. There's a good book about this called The Invisible Hands. Can I get it in your library? So yeah, like I'm pretty sure that the U.S. is anything but welfare state, right? And I'm pretty sure compared to Europe, it's not all that robust.
Socialist paradise. It's garbage. The people that come here want economic opportunity, and you're stifling that. You're undermining capitalism and the free markets with your utopian vision.
There is no free markets.
Well, there's not anymore.
No, there's never
but now
been a
there
free
used to be.
market. No.
That is what makes America.
Make America great again. Make it great again.
That's what makes the great. America is the greatest economy in the world because of the free market.
The greatest
free market capitalism is the most ethical and
America
moral.
had was when we had 90% tax.
That's not true. The numbers are against you.
1940, 1950, 1960, the highest top marginal tax rate was 90%,
what happened in the 70s?
And we
when
had
Milton Friedman predicted stagflation in the 70s with your social welfare.
We had OPEC. we had
your
an
welfare
oil shock that drove inflation way up, and that was a function of OPEC. But in the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s, highest top marginal tax rate was 90%. We had wealth inequality shrink.
Post-World War
We had something
II
called the
industrial
Great Compression, and more people enjoyed.
Post-World War II industrial revolution. We were producing more than every other country. It's because we were producing more than every other country. That's what creates wealth.
And we were
production.
doing that with a 90% tax rate on the wealthiest individuals.
When
90%.
Reagan came in and brought it down, the top 1% paid more. Can you believe that?
No.
Do you know that federal income tax? Wait. You know federal income tax? It was when it was established.
You're talking about the Laffer curve, and I'm telling you to go look at
here's my last
Kansas.
claim. When federal income tax in 1913, when it was established, was only targeted at the people making $100,000 and over. Now we don't even know, most people don't even know that. It's just a base tax. Why? Because the projections that they had of taxing the rich didn't work out like they thought. Because it doesn't work out. There's a ton of loopholes. The rich are smart. Like, the rich people are smart. So focus on
producing. Our top marginal rate still produced an effective tax rate that is double what it is today. 50% effective tax rate.
Does not create more wealth.
Yes.
More taxes
well,
do not
I don't know what you mean by wealth. I mean,
wealth is very simple. It's production of goods and services. That's what wealth is. That's what creates wealth. Money. People think money is wealth. Money buys wealth.
Creates less wealth inequality, and then you have wealth that is shared by more people rather than being in the hands of a plutocracy or a plutonomy. And then you get stuff like an oligarchy.
We've seen what happens when you punish your top producers over and over again. They leave. They stop producing. The government,
capital flight's a myth.
No, it isn't. You cripple the economy. Guess what happens next?
Wait. When did this happen in the country? When we had a 90% tax rate?
It happens in every socialist country. This is the socialist playbook. They're like, they come in and they're like, guys,
this is not a socialist country, and I'm not calling for socialism.
Yes. The United States used to be a socialist country. You heard it here first. It's just a socialist.
It is more
socialism is when high taxes, I guess.
Than ever before.
No,
we have more
not.
social welfare spending.
No.
GDP. I'll say it again. 38% of government spending of GDP is government spending. We have more social welfare programs, and look at what happens But how come we have all these programs and the black community is still living in poverty? How
What programs are you talking about that are geared towards the black community? We during in 2021.
What do you mean, what programs?
We expended. Hold on. In 2021.
What do you mean? What program?
Hold on.
How much money is enough?
Yes, Nate. What do you mean? Okay, the Republicans are just stupid. They're extremely stupid people. Okay, I hate to be that person, but Sam's here asks a very simple question, simplistic almost question. Name those policies that are geared towards black people and tell me why they were not effective. And they just clap like seals. Oh my God. His definition was so ideologically loaded. Economics students and published economics do this all the time, where they pretend they are doing science when they are just playing politics.
2021.
You have the richest country in the world.
We offered $300.
The way you guys think is just insane to me. Like,
Yes, it's insane to think that certain people, that society should take care of its most vulnerable members. Yes, it's so wild and so crazy to think that. It's insane, really. It's just,
Finish
you know.
this. In 2021, we extended the child tax credit, which is basically a payment, $300 per social welfare.
Yes, yes.
We cut child poverty in 1 year by 45%. By 45%, but because no Republican would join the Democrats, and Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin voted against this provision in Build Back. I'm talking 2021. From 2021 to 2022, we cut child poverty in this country by 45%. Look it up.
I feel like when I look at it,
I guarantee.
It's a pretty well-known fact. I still remember it. Like, it's silly. Like, this is just, wow. Cutting child poverty? How dare you? How dare you? Kids should starve, don't you know? Them brats should just starve.
Guarantee you, I will give you my phone number. You call me, and if I was wrong,
all right, we'll call.
I'll do it off camera, and you will see that we cut child poverty in a year by 45%.
I'll look into your claim.
All right, guys.
All right. No, we'll talk after.
My next claim is Trump's policies make the rich richer and the working class poorer.
Hello, sir.
Hey,
Hunter Howell. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you mind if I ask what policies in specific are you referencing to?
Tax cuts for the rich. I think his idea of tariffs on countries in the way that he's talking about will make people poorer. I think all of the work that they're doing in terms of attacking the government agencies will make people poorer because, you know, when you get agencies that are supposed to protect us from corporate interests, they will externalize their costs, those corporations, instead of actually assuming themselves. So their profits are made on the backs of all of us, whether it's our health, our protection from consumer rights, worker rights. His anti-union policies will make us poorer.
So real quick, I'm going to touch on one of the things that you said. Now, there was a lot to unpack there, but
there's
we'll
a lot
start,
of policies.
we'll start at the very beginning. You talked about taxes. Let's talk about, in his first term, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. There are a couple things in that specific policy that actually do benefit the middle class and the lower class more than the top 1%. So you mentioned taxes, right? But in that, from the IRS data that came out, the middle class and lower class got affected. I think they ended up saving like 3 to 4% on their taxes, on their tax cuts, whereas the billionaires only saved 2%. So if we're talking an actual dollar amount, sure, the billionaires save more, but they also make a lot more, right? Also, the billionaires don't really care about an extra grand or two. In that specific policy, the child tax credit doubled from $1,000 per household to $2,000. No billionaire cares about an extra grand in their pocket, but I can guarantee you the working class does. So how would you rebuttal that?
I would say, in terms of the taxes themselves, well, the policies that Trump wants to pursue this time are to expand those taxes for wealthy folks. And over time, what starts to happen is you have this wealth disparity, and as the wealth disparity increases, it becomes harder for working people, essentially, to keep up. Things become more expensive. You get inflationary pressures when you have people with more money. We have more and more billionaires than we did 4 years ago. And a large part of that was obviously COVID, but a large part of it is also money starts to accelerate. Once you, like you say, when a millionaire gets a tax cut for a couple of grand or 60 grand or $500,000 at the end of the day, they end up investing that and it ends up growing because they're not out there working for their money. Their money is just is doing all the work.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think we can agree with you on that when it comes to, you know, billionaires and millionaires and there being a wealth gap in our country, right? I don't think Republicans or liberals would disagree on that, but I think where we will fundamentally disagree is under Trump, right, the stats show that take-home pay was higher for the middle class and the lower class. Inflation was down. They weren't paying as much on taxes.
Inflation was down, but wage growth was actually greater during the Biden administration.
Well, that's because due to COVID, when a lot of people lost jobs.
No. I mean, I'm talking in percentage comparison between those 4 years and these past 4 years, wage growth grew, not from as a baseline on 2020, but I'm talking as a baseline from 2016.
Interesting. Okay, well then another point that I want to talk on with you real quick is you talked about slashing government agencies, for instance, the Department of Government Efficiency. I'm sure you've heard about that a lot in the news.
That's not a government agency. That's just some committee.
It actually an executive order was signed to make DOGE an official government agency as of less than a week ago. So yeah, it is an official government agency. So obviously we're talking about money. We want people to be able to afford.
I wonder why Trump has to circumvent the official processes and push everything via executive orders. I'm just posing this question to my American audience.
House, we want them to be able to afford to raise a family, right? As a young man myself, I want to be able to grow up in America and be able to afford food one day, right? I mean, I can't now, but continue that. And at the way things are going, it's unsustainable for people on the left, people on the right, people in the middle. So we have to come to a common ground on how to fix that. What's unsustainable? The fact that cost of living is increasing year after year.
What does DOGE do to inhibit cost of living?
Yeah, absolutely. So what DOGE is going to do, the Department of Government...
Stop 200-year-old people from getting social benefits, of course. That's actually a constitutional crisis kind of thing. I mean, yeah, many people are saying that we're in a little bit of a constitutional crisis, don't they? They do say that. They do say that a bit, at least a little bit. I'm not even gonna say that I say that a lot, but they do say that a bit. Quite a bit. Yeah. Interestingly enough.
Efficiency is slash a lot of the federal spending, right? So what happens when the feds...
What spending is going to get cut?
So I'm getting there. 1 second, sir. So what's going to happen is the Department of Government Efficiency is going to slash a lot of federal spending. What happens is the government, Republicans, Democrats alike, spend a bunch of money that, excuse my language, but it's nonsense, right? They spend it out here, they spend it out there.
Be more specific. Here or there, are you talking about cutting
for example,
defense? Because they're not going to cut defense.
Well, for example,
wait a second.
Well, no. Let me finish. Okay. $175 billion to Ukraine, first and foremost. That was a bunch.
How much for Ukraine? So that's just holding to your obligations from the Budapest Memorandum. You shouldn't have made obligations if you're not going to follow them, okay? Just saying. Maybe Ukraine should have just kept their nukes if you don't want to keep your obligations.
It's nonsense. So we're going to talk about that, but we also have a bunch of other things in the Defense
Department. Talking about Ukraine.
Department, as well as a bunch of DEI departments.
Well, they're not touching. First of all, there are no DEI departments.
That's completely false.
Listen. Defense spending is not going to be touched by DOGE.
Ron.
And when you talk about the government, what's the biggest expenditure government has?
Our military and Social Security are our top two.
And Medicare and Medicaid, right? Now, they're not going to touch the military. Are they going to cut Social Security?
You're asking me like I'm part of DOGE.
No. Well, you're telling me that DOGE is going to help everybody here. And I'm telling you, if they cut Social Security, everybody in here is going to get hit. Because these folks are going to have to pay for their parents because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. So tell me what they're going to cut that's going to make it easier for Americans.
I already did.
What?
I told you the $175 billion that we've sent to Ukraine. We're no longer going to
so he's going to...
Yes, so Donald Trump has signed an executive order.
Boss, you've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you, sir.
Nice. Thank God the brain dead rhetoric about Ukraine was just not allowed to go. I have no patience for that.
Okay, so why did we see a higher increase in the top 1% paying as part of federal income revenue under TCJA?
Why did we see a higher increase in the...
So under TCJA, it was passed 2017, it was
Right.
effective 2018. 2018 and onward, we actually saw the top 1% pay more. They had more of the federal income tax burden. They paid 45% as opposed to Obama. During Obama's tax plan, they only paid about 40 to 42% of the federal
Because they got
income
more money.
tax. Right, okay, so they got more money.
They got richer.
But why are they paying, and why did they get richer? So this goes on inflation that...
I mean, that's my point, is the rich are getting richer.
Right, but why would you say that they're getting richer? But you mentioned inflation? Or,
No, they're not. Well, I mean, I think that inflation, to the extent that there was money that wasn't a function of like logistics and other problems that we had during COVID, yeah, the rich got richer. Not all inflation is a function of monetary inflation.
That's true, but when we look at COVID and we can see that they increased the money supply by 40%, they added $6 trillion, and you have a Federal Reserve System that's doing quantitative easing and pumping stimulus into the economy, you can attribute that to left-wing policy. The entire Federal Reserve System is Keynesian economics. Those are very left-wing.
Well, I can tell you this: inflation went up in Western European countries the same
that
rates
had
that it
the
did.
stimulus. That had stimulus.
No, they didn't have the same level of stimulus
They
that we
did.
did. No, they did.
They absolutely did.
They did.
You can look at Japan. Yeah, I hear this topic all the time from the Democrats.
Okay,
They say
Japan, I don't know, I didn't know I had to say this, but Japan is in fact not a Western European country, okay? I'm surprised that that is part of the quote-unquote analysis and reaction that I have to do here, but Sam Teeter said that the Western European countries did not have such a stimulus, and there was, and he said, but look at Japan.
oh, inflation was global. Not true. China never went above 3% inflation during all of COVID. And they were actually, they were under deflationary pressures. Japan, which is part of the G7, was also never had deflationary pressures. They never had inflation increase. The only countries that had inflation
talking
increase,
in Western Europe, you
Like
could
what
see
country?
inflation. Well, you could England, Germany,
they
Italy,
stimulated.
France. They didn't stimulate as much as we did. It wasn't monetary inflation. If you look at the cost of goods and
why-
logistics got screwed up because of COVID.
So let's look at the reason. All international trade, because we're the world reserve currency, is done in U.S. dollars. Because we experience it, domestic inflation was high.
So you're saying our inflation
Yes, it
caused
affects
higher inflation in Europe?
absolutely, because
That's
trade,
not what economists
it is international. Well, you can look at the facts. International trade is we have dollar-denominated international trade. All international trade is that's why we're the world reserve currency. You guys claim that the U.S. recovered faster than anybody else. It's like, well,
it did.
It's because we have a privilege of being the world reserve currency, and we export our inflation. Like the strength.
We
of
export our
Yeah, and
inflation.
let me explain that. Let me explain that the U.S. dollar is the most safe asset in the world. In times of great crisis and great volatility, like COVID crisis, everybody turns to the dollar.
Sure.
Many currencies are tied to the dollar. So it's like when you
The euro's not tied to the dollar.
The euro is not, but international
Okay.
trade. So if the euro actually crashed against the dollar during COVID. The euro used to be above the dollar.
I'm unclear what your point.
My
of
point
this
is that the inflation is caused by left-wing policies and
so inflation was caused by, you're saying,
supply shock and pumping trillions of dollars
Well,
into the
first of all,
economy.
first of all, you understand that the Federal Reserve is not part of Biden. Didn't have control of the Federal
Absolutely
Reserve.
not, but the entire Federal Reserve System is left-wing in economic theory. That's the Keynesian economics. It's interventionist economics. So
you're saying that the
more you
quantitative
stimulate,
easing,
the more you stimulate. Yeah.
Why didn't we get it through QE?
We do get it through
Why
QE.
didn't we get inflation during the
2008?
Obama years?
We did get
when
inflation.
We didn't get
The wealth gap that you guys
Excuse me.
attribute.
Wait.
We absolutely did.
What numbers were inflation did we get during the Obama years that were outside of like the 2% sort of Fed target?
I don't think it was as high as COVID. COVID hit as
No,
high as 9%.
it wasn't even remotely
right,
close.
But when we look at the effects of compounding inflation.
QE 1, 2, and 3 all happened during the Obama years. If your theory was correct, we would have had rampant inflation. In fact,
We did.
Glenn Beck was talking about how we were going to turn into
We did not-
Weimar Germany,
But
and
here's
none
the
of
thing,
that
but
happened.
here's the factors you're
None
missing.
of it.
Here's the
And
factors
so,
you're missing.
So if you
We didn't
look at
close down
what's
the
happening
economy.
at Western Europe, well, no, listen.
We didn't close down the
closed down the
economy.
economy.
The
around
Biden administration
entire
closed down
world.
the economy.
I understand.
No, that was not the entire
excuse
world.
me. The Biden
Yes, they forced mask mandates. They supported Democrats.
Wait.
They supported Democrat
Do you
states.
not remember who was president in the first year of COVID?
What? Yeah, it was Trump. I'm not.
Right.
So I'm not saying Trump had a role in this, but I'm saying.
Well, wait a second. By the time in 2021, the economy was opening back up.
Yes, the economy.
All of what you're talking about.
No thanks to the Democrats.
Well, okay,
the Democrats wanted to keep it closed.
Okay.
So
okay, you can talk about hypothetically what the Democrats want, but
it's not hypothetically. We can look at we can look at their mandates. We can look at them closing down.
The economy closed down in 2020, March of 2020.
Well, okay, sure.
Donald Trump was president.
Pause.
Uh-oh. It's not going well. No wonder the conservatives said no.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
The euro is still worth more than the dollar. I mean...
How's it going, sir?
Good. How you
Ryan.
doing? Sam.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
When you're talking about inflation, in 2021, Janet Yellen said it would be transitory, and then again in 2022 she said it would be transitory, and it turned out to not be transitory. And then one major thing happened in 2022. I think we all know what that was. That was the war in Ukraine. And I believe, and I can explain.
Oh no! Again, we're going to Ukraine. Okay, let's listen to the argument why the U.S. should have abandoned Ukraine from day one.
That the war in Ukraine was explicitly caused by Joe Biden's bad foreign policy. And
oh my God. Okay, can you demonstrate it? Can you explain to us how Joe Biden's bad foreign policy caused the war in Ukraine? Because that is a ridiculous claim. As a Polish person, I can tell you that it's a ridiculous claim. Okay, it's silly. My goodness.
not shot.
Yeah, the game is great, isn't it? Joe Biden caused the war in Ukraine, not being a strong man. True. I don't know. They should have not let it happen or something. They should have just not
Inflation
let it
up
happen. Have you considered that, Moho? Biden should have not let it happen. If they respected Biden, it would not have happened.
Like there was already pretty bad inflation in early 2022 and late 2021, but it shot it up from the low kind of margins in like 3 or 4% all the way to 9% in 2022 of July at the peak.
Inflation is now down around 2%, around where
Yeah, in between 2.5
yeah,
and 6,
where they're looking to get it, and we have really close to record unemployment that we've had over the past 4 years. But how does this have to do with Trump's policies not making the richer and the rest of us poor?
Okay, so what I was just explaining with
Ukraine,
I was going to get into oil prices. So oil prices skyrocketed in 2022 because in 2021 when Biden got into office, he shut down our Keystone pipeline, shut down all new oil and gas leases in America. Then he took the sanctions off.
We are producing right now more oil in this country than we ever have in the history of any country everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
On top of the fact that Biden is credited by oil traders, and this isn't something that I am terribly excited about.
What did he just do on the East Coast?
Apparently,
What did he just sign?
what Biden did during the past 4 years is he used the strategic oil reserve to drive down oil prices and essentially broke and it's filled back
he
up,
drained our
and
entire
he
strategic
filled it back
oil
up, and he broke the negotiating power and the price setting power by oil countries across the world.
Really
I mean, oil traders hail him for doing this, and frankly, I don't think it's that impressive. But let's talk about what Trump's policies are.
We only have a little bit of time left, but I was getting to that. So oil prices.
I wish they discussed Ukraine a little bit so I could laugh at this person for his Ukraine opinions. Because
In 2021, Biden took all the sanctions off of the pipeline in Russia, and then the pipeline in Russia ran straight through Ukraine originally, and he knew that if he invaded Ukraine, Ukraine would destroy the pipeline, and his economic success would be destroyed in Russia. And then when the sanctions,
Biden or
Putin knew that that would occur in Russia if the sanctions were taken off of that pipeline, and Biden took all the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2 in Russia, like the second week he was in office, and then a year later, Putin invades Ukraine, sanctions happen all over the world, and inflation rises within 6 months all the way up to 9%. Trump is going to do great things with oil and let us drill, and what that actually does for the economy.
Like I say,
we should use more oil because the planet being inhabitable for us doesn't really matter, because drill, baby, drill. Am I right, baby? Am I right? Oh, God.
We are producing more oil in this country than any country in the history of the world.
What executive order did Biden just sign to have to do with offshore drilling in the East Coast?
He stopped it.
Yeah. Really dumb idea. We're about to begin a new.
Well, so you want to go beyond even the record-breaking thing?
Yes, I want to become energy independent.
Climate,
and that lowers inflation.
We're going to sell this oil.
Better.
We don't use the oil. We sell it. We sell
getting money in the pockets of American citizens.
We sell it. Well, how is that oil getting to the pocket of American citizens?
Because when you lower the prices of oil, that lowers the prices of all products.
I understand that the inflationary prices effect of energy, but the fact of the matter is, they're just going to sell it.
Yeah, we're going to be
sell it.
Yeah, so we're going to
You want to produce even more oil than we are now.
Yes.
And you don't think climate change is going to impact. No. You don't believe in climate change.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, but no.
Well, I mean,
oh my God! Of course, Trumpers don't believe in climate change. I'm not even shocked at this point. This is just, yeah. Obviously, they don't. Obviously, they don't believe in climate change. Of course. Oh, God. Why am I even surprised by that?
Same discussion.
Yeah, no, I believe that climate change is, well, there's obviously an element of climate change that is partially true, but
nothing that's inconvenient for me.
Which part of it?
Raising man-made raising temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius in the next 150 years isn't necessarily a detriment to society. Human beings.
You don't think so?
No, human beings are very good at innovation, and we can build seawalls, and we can create carbon
technology. What kind of seawall are you going to?
Elon Musk is going to fix the climate. Okay, he's Tony Stark. Believing in climate change is weak. True.
Build from Miami. What are you going to do about when we don't? When we get?
I'm talking about the economy right now. Which, if we get back on topic.
All right, guys. Sorry, time's up. I let you go.
Yeah, no problem.
Longer.
That is so sad. That is so sad. I'm sorry. This is just pathetic. This is just so pathetic.
I choose Ben because he let me lecture him about Social Security. So.
My claim is that abortion is immoral and should not be legal.
Oh my gosh. How innovative.
Yeah, I disagree.
How innovative.
Because largely because I think the primary rights that we have under a society should belong to the person. And I don't believe a fetus is a person.
Okay. Okay. So that's very interesting. You don't believe the fetus is a person?
Yeah. Yeah, a fetus is not a person. It's not really a shocking thing.
When do you think that it gains personhood, in your opinion? Would you agree it's a human life at least?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, yes, I think that's, I mean, largely, I think that claim is largely like, it's not relevant to the way that I think about it. I think about it in terms of personhood. I mean, I think like, you know, life exists all around us, and
Not human. Well, I mean, human life, but not like there's not human life in a tree. Correct.
Right, correct.
So
And
it's human life.
it's human life.
But it's not a person?
It's not a person.
At which point does it gain personhood and gain the value of being a human?
Well, I think it becomes a person when it's born.
Why? So 5 seconds. Prior, it's not born yet, not person. 5 seconds after exits the birth canal.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like a person that will be arguing about age of consent in the exact same way. Just saying. This sounds like an argument about the age of consent. So, 5 seconds earlier, it's magically not okay, but 5 seconds later, when they burst is here, it's okay.
Person. Is there a magical quality to the birth canal? What is that?
The person becomes separate from the host that has been that it's been growing inside.
Okay, so would you assign that to other human beings that are attached to things? Like, for instance, if I'm attached to a machine, am I a machine now? Am I part of that machine, or am I still a human life? I just need support in order to stay alive.
I mean, you're part machine. Cyborgs are a thing.
If you've never been born, and you're growing in, let's say, a test tube, for instance, then yes, I would argue you're not a person yet.
Okay, so then, but it's not really the disconnected part. It's the being born part.
Well, being born means being disconnected from your mother.
Okay, so you're specifically
Yeah, my mother always
aligning
connected.
having the quality of being birthed as what makes someone a person.
Person within the context of like our society and civilization.
So just in our society, you wouldn't say that objectively that's a person. You would say that we just decide that it's a person because it's birth.
Yeah, rights we give to persons. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's an interesting kind of definition of what human life and specifically personhood
Well, no,
is.
I don't. I'm conceding that it's human life, but that you're not a person until you're born, and you do not have the same like rights that we would give. Like, you know, look, we have rights about cruelty to animals, for instance, right? But they're not persons within the context
Well, yeah,
of our
I'm not saying that they are, but specifically, it seems like you're just kind of saying, oh, it's a person when it's born, but you're not actually providing any consistent reason for that. You're just saying it just is a person.
I'm saying that on some level, there's a certain amount of like arbitrariness as to when we give rights. Like one could say, like, do you say it's at conception?
Sure, yeah.
So IVF, in other words, would have to be illegal under your principle, because
I mean, I'm not sure that I would agree with IVF in that case. It really depends on the particulars in that case, but I believe.
Well, what do you mean the particulars in that?
Well, so for instance, at conception, you would still be a human life, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the fertilized egg attaches to the uterine wall.
Is it human life for you, or what?
It's human life, yeah.
Okay, so human life should be protected.
True.
Yes.
Okay, so IVF.
Yeah, I would say that.
So IVF should be illegal under your rubric.
No. So they're human lives, correct?
The IVF is when the egg and the sperm. In that and then they're supplanted.
Yes.
Is it when? When is it human life?
As soon as it has unique human DNA.
Again, this is one of those things that you can just argue until the cows go home. They've just decided it's murder. No amount of argumentation will convince a person that thinks that it's murder and that it's murder. Okay, something emotional would have to happen to move them on that. Like it's a fact, okay? That's an undisputable fact of the matter, as they call it in the debate spheres. Okay. Can we agree to that? This is why I think ideology is a false concept.
Prepare. The time has come.
I guess so. Give it like this, and yeah.
That's
Okay,
a human life.
okay. So-
it's a new human, correct?
Now, in the IVF process, there's stuff that gets thrown out. Like,
Yes.
You would consider that
Yeah,
murder.
I'm not even defending IVF or going against it. I'm specifically saying abortion. That was my claim, right? I'm not going to argue IVF.
But
I'm
isn't
saying-
that abortion under your principle?
I would say if you get rid of human life after conception, I don't think that's moral. I'm not going to argue the IVF particulars because that's not what my claim was.
Very far away.
That's right.
When we're talking about laws, right? Because you want to outlaw abortion.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Okay. Sam Sear got stuck.
When we're talking about laws, it's not just morality. When we form public policy around and create laws.
Not just, but it should be moral.
Oh, what's moral is pretty subjective, isn't it? There's a certain level of subjectivity. to moral.
Correct.
Well, I mean, I think like your
should have it
definition of what constitutes moral and mine are different. For instance, I would prefer, in a perfect world, not to have abortion on demand. Until, up until birth, right?
Sure.
In a perfect world. However, we know in practice that when you start to restrict things, like say, only in the threat of life to the woman, let's say.
You should restart your browser. I don't think it'll help.
That's the only way we're going to allow abortions, right? When you start to have these exceptions, they're in practice, they don't work, because when your life is in jeopardy and you come into a hospital, the doctor doesn't see a bulb that shows up above you and say, like, your life is in jeopardy. It's always a subjective assessment. And what does life in jeopardy, hold on, what does life in jeopardy mean? Does it mean a 30% chance of death? Does it mean a 50%, a 70%, or a 20%? That's why we now have women who are dying, because doctors are afraid to perform abortions on them. That's true.
Are you referencing just because some
of
doctors misread plain text doesn't mean that that it's
when you
all of a sudden
pass
that life is
laws-
less valuable or more valuable?
No, it means that you are subjecting the woman to more risk, and it's impossible. These exceptions are they're canards.
No, Christian.
When you oppose a law, it is not just about morality, it's in practice.
Sure,
in practice,
I understand that.
You cannot do this without sacrificing women's lives because
What
of
about the
your
unborn
morality.
children, though? Because let's go back to your born
Unborn
thing.
children
so let's
are
say
not persons,
you have a 9-month.
and the mother
Is definitely
has more rights, in my mind, than the unborn child.
Yeah, that's a claim that you can
fetus.
make. But so a 9-month birthed child, or just 9 month and just now born, it's a newborn baby. A 5-month could be emergency C-section and could be birthed, right? Let's say they don't do that. What's the difference between the arbitrary choice of taking that child out of the womb at 6
Why
months or 5
don't we
months?
take all children
no, what
out
I'm
at
saying,
5
No, what I'm
months?
saying is that the personhood just because of birth runs into a problem where it starts to say,
All right, guys.
well,
I hate to do it, but I gotta do it. I'm sorry, that's time.
The video's ending.
hey,
The abortion thing. It's just.
I'm glad I was here. It was interesting. It was, I know my questions were more sort of policy oriented, I think, than maybe folks anticipated here. And I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't many people here who could address the policies. They
I'm
were
not
very,
surprised
very
at
sure
all.
of themselves as to why they voted for Trump, but a lot of it was sort of
Vibes.
not material in any way.
So there was stuff
So
that
vibe.
conservatives were saying today that I fundamentally disagreed with my entire heart, but at the end of the day, we're still part of the conservative movement. So I think there are people that I disagreed with, there are people that I completely did agree with, but the cool thing about this new conservative movement and the people here today is it's people from all different walks of life sharing their perspective.
Oh, cool.
I don't think Sam had any, like, at least when I was speaking to him, I don't think Sam really had great responses because the reality is not on his side. I don't think socialism works. I think social programs can be good up to a certain extent, but we are very socialist as a nation, and yeah,
What?
I mean, I'll just say it again. Socialism does not work.
We are very
Sorry.
socialist as
Wish
a
it did.
nation. I'm sorry. What?
Again, so we're very socialist as a nation, and
We are very socialist as a nation. You heard it here. I don't know. It's weird. I guess Americans are just very socialist as a nation. Let me finish this battle, which I'm not sure I can win, but I'll do my best, okay? And then we're gonna talk about the beef between Elon Musk and the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, because that's a topic for today. Isn't that cool? Is that cool that we're gonna be talking about the Prime Minister, the Minister of...
It is useless to try to defeat me. Your foolish charade ends here. Do not relent.
My goodness.
Ready! Ready!
Our hidden men have been seen.
I honestly expected more. Steel yourselves! Run! Run! Try them! Pose! Attend! Show fury! Quick march! Move out quickly! Hurry! Your footwork is sloppy! I will kill you, if only to shut you up! Unleash fury! Double time!
Our men are running.
If it's the fetus or the mother, it should be save the mother. Well, Some conservatives would just disagree with you on that.
Take heed, warriors! Fight! True attention! Steel yourselves! To battle!
Oh, I messed it up. I did a horrible formation.
Charge! Attend! Show no mercy! Make ready! Steel yourselves! Stand ready! Take heed, warriors! At the ready! To attention! Archers! Your time is up! Your words
If
are
you
as
start a person next
pathetic
before you
as you
hopefully you
are.
can get raid. Who's the other person?
The enemy unit flees.
We're gonna be talking about Poland for a bit. That doesn't tell me much, this other person. Okay, we've messed up. No, that's a real mess. No, quit to menu. Hopefully there was a save. I need to redo this battle. There's just no way. There's just no way.
War has long ravaged your lands, taking its toll
Who's
on
this
your
other
people.
person?
Languishing under the oppression of fear can only last so long. The people, having tasted the sweetness of freedom before, will clamor for it again, sometimes violently. War grows bitter and enduring
I am
between
bitter.
you and your enemy. If there is no end in sight,
Follow the heart.
We should probably... There we go. Alright. This is gonna give me a little bit of a more of an edge. Commit to the bit.
If the mountain is too high, it must be circumvented. The mightiest tree survives on its roots.
Wait, hold on.
I alone possess the vision to lead.
Okay, that's the city.
With vision.
Outwards and on.
So yes, how is everybody doing right now?
It is joyous to see the land filled with life.
I'm actually a bit conflicted by one the choice. Part of me believes life begins at conception, but not the same. I mean, life is not the same as sentience. We have to remember that, right? Alright, let's do this.
In the name of China!
It's very close now. Okay, let's.
So long as fortune shines down.
So let's talk
we
about the
shall know
whole
glory.
prime minister thing. Okay, this is
not
very
weaken your resolve in
interesting.
this-
So we're gonna talk about it now. I should lay some groundwork for this because there's context. There's ever important, all important context as always, okay? And I'm gonna provide it because I'm Polish and this is a Poland related topic. It's my bread and butter. As a Polish nationalist, I will gladly explain to you what's happening. So U.S. Secretary of State to Polish Foreign Minister in Ukraine. Starlink spat. Say thank you. But we're gonna get to that later. Let's start from the basics. Elon Musk backs down from X-Fight after belittling Polish Foreign Minister. So basically what happened is that Elon Musk for some time now has been floating around the idea that if Zelensky does not sign the mineral deal with the United States of America, he will cut off Ukraine's access to Starlink, which would hamper its ability to have things like to be able to pinpoint the localizations of enemy troops, to be able to have communication that's not easy to interfere with, to be able to guide drones. As far as I understand, Starlink is a very big help when it comes to visual feedback that is provided from the drone to the drone operator, be able to operate it better. That's something that a good internet is necessary for, and Starlink has pretty good bandwidth for what it provides via the satellite, and you can use it anywhere. You can just, as long as you have the dish and you point it to the sky, you have internet with an acceptable speed that allows you to do precision drone maneuvering and other things and play video games in the dugouts. So that's a thing. Elon Musk has started threatening Ukraine with cutting off Starlink. And then Poland sort of stepped in and said, we can't imagine you would just terminate a deal with us as a country, with Poland, because we buy the subscription, buy the equipment and the subscription for the Starlinks, and we provide it to Ukraine. So we cannot imagine that you will just terminate your deal with us just to get to Ukraine, right? And then the threatening continued, and Musk said some silly things like, if it wasn't for my Starlink, the Ukrainian army would just collapse. It's all thanks to me. They're in by mercy. It's a very constant sort of pattern within the Trump administration, saying you're at my mercy. You should say thank you, and you should apologize also for your transgressions. And then Sikorski, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, stepped in again and said that if Elon Musk is going to choose to cut off, to act like that, then the US, because it's basically an extension of the US at this point, is proving itself, and well, let's just focus on Elon Musk for now, that the SpaceX is proving itself to be an unreliable provider, and that Europe, Poland, Ukraine will just have to look for an alternative. Okay? And then Elon Musk responded to Sikorski, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, with something along the lines of, be quiet, small man. Poland is playing a small fraction of the cost, and also there is no alternative to Starlink. That was basically the bottom line. And then Elon Musk, after this spat, it's hard to say if there is a correlation equals causation thing, but after it happened, Elon Musk backed down from his claims, from his threats, by saying that he will never cut off Starlink, as written here. Elon Musk has struck a rare conciliatory note, saying he would never cut off Ukraine from crucial Starlink support, de-escalating a row with the Polish Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski that also involved US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as we will see later somewhere around here. Say thank you. Hello, Piper the Pepper. So glad to see you streaming again, Lucy. I had checked like last month and you hadn't streamed in a long while. I've been streaming on YouTube for most of the time. But yes, I'm back on Twitch now as well. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad to see viewers return. It is nice to see viewers return to Twitch. I'm trying to build a Twitch audience as well. I'm also trying to build a YouTube audience, but that's neither here nor there. Thank you for being here. So that's the thing, okay? To be extremely clear, no matter how much I disagree with the Ukraine policy, Starlink will never turn off its terminals, Musk said in the Exposed, which, again, it's a backpedal from what he has been saying earlier. Earlier, he has been threatening turning off the terminals if Ukraine does not sign the deal. Starlink is a satellite internet constellation operated by SpaceX and owned by Musk. It provides satellite internet access coverage to most of the Earth. The X-Show is the latest episode of tension between the US and Europe over the war in Ukraine. Hello, Bisky. You're new to this stream? Hello. I came because I saw Elon's face. Yes. We're discussing a little bit of a spat between Elon Musk and the Polish foreign minister, Sikorski, Radosław Sikorski. Do you like Elon? No. I really don't like Elon Musk. No. I really don't like how he basically, well, how should I say it, blackmailed Ukraine into signing, or rather tried to blackmail. I highly dislike him, yeah. Do you like him? And if so, why do you like him? I think it will become clear why I don't like him from this article. I'm curious what exactly the minister said then. Like they must either be really good at negotiating or said something that forced Musk to backpedal. There was a huge backlash. There was just a very big backlash after he insulted the Polish foreign minister. A lot of people gave him a lot of backlash. I think that's why. Because Elon Musk has a fragile ego and he wants to be adored. That is a factor. But other than that, I'm not sure what happened to make him backpedal. Starlink is a satellite. The X-Rose, the latest episode. The billionaire founder of SpaceX triggered the argument earlier on Sunday with an X post in which he speculated about turning off Ukraine's access to the company's Starlink system. He wrote, "My Starlink system is the backbone of the Ukrainian army," which is not true, okay? That is an ego trip that I'm just not willing to accept. Their entire front line would collapse if I turned it off. Ridiculous. Thank you for using the Prime. Yes, if you have Primes, then please spare me a Prime, okay? Spare me a Primer. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am really grateful. But yes, I think it's an ego trip. I think it's an ego trip that Trump has. I think it's an ego trip that similarly Elon Musk has. It's the backbone of the Ukrainian army. Their entire front line would collapse if I turned it off. US negotiators pressing Kyiv for access to Ukraine's critical minerals have raised the possibility of cutting the country's access to the service, Reuters reported in February. Wait, is the stream scuffed? What happened? Why is the stream scuffed? What's happening to the stream? The overlay is hard in the article. Let me see. Let me correct it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's my fault. Somebody should have said something earlier, but whatever. Whatever. It's no big deal. No big deal. There we go. I thought you knew and didn't want to be rude. No, it wasn't. If you see something weird, always point it out. Be rude. I deserve to be... Which Total War were you playing? Okay, let's continue the article. U.S. negotiators pressing Kyiv for access to Ukraine's critical minerals have raised the possibility of cutting the country's access to the service, Reuters reported in February. Oh, okay. The Trump administration paused military aid and intelligence sharing with Ukraine following the notorious White House clash with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on February 28th. That's actually not completely true. The Trump administration has paused intelligence sharing before the notorious White House clash. And the Trump administration was already decided to cut military aid before the notorious White House clash. This is important to remember. The intelligence sharing was already being cut before the notorious White House debacle. Okay? That was already in the works. And the notorious White House clash with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on February 28th. So it happened on my birthday. The most horrible interaction between Trump, Zelensky, and J.D. Vance happened on my birthday. What a birthday, huh? Poland Sikorski fired back saying, if SpaceX proves to be an unreliable provider, we, Poland, will be forced to look for other suppliers. The foreign minister added that Poland pays $50 million annually for Ukraine's Starlink access, which, yes, Poland actually buys a whole lot of Starlinks for Ukraine, pays for a whole lot of Starlinks for Ukraine, because, you know, Poland is an actual ally. The post has provoked the ire of Musk and Rubio, who accused Sikorski of making things up and told him to say thank you because without Starlink, Ukraine would have lost this war long ago and Russians would be on the border with Poland right now. There you go. This is a common thing. They say to Zelensky, have you ever said thank you? And now they said to Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, you should be saying thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Starlink. Thank you, Elon Musk. Thank you, thank you. Please accept our money. Thank you. This is so ridiculous. This is how these people see us. And by us, I mean Eastern Europeans, Slavs. This is basically how we're seen. Say thank you. Say thank you for being able to live still, because you are at our mercy. If it were not for us, you'd be screwed over. So you better say thank you. That is basically the mentality behind the sentiment. That is absolutely how they view people like me. No one has made any threats about cutting Ukraine off from Starlink, Rubio wrote. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. Such threats were being made several times, actually. They don't want allies, they want vassals. Yeah, absolutely, yes. They want vassals. They want to make vassals out of other countries, but the Trump administration actually also wants to create vassals within the country. The businesses that operate within the US are supposed to be such vassals. The politicians are supposed to be such vassals. The very administrations is supposed to be comprised of such vassals, which is the sole purpose of Doge existing, to create this vassal system within the government itself. Just saying. Sikorski responded by saying, thank you, Marco, for confirming that the brave soldiers of Ukraine can count on the vital internet service provided jointly by the US and Poland. He added, together Europe and the United States can help Ukraine to achieve a just peace. See, Sikorski is a diplomat. He's a born diplomat. Like, there's a reason why he is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And he also was the Minister of Foreign Affairs during the Euromaidan. He negotiated with Yanukovych the entire night, and he made him agree to a deal earlier elections. And he also persuaded the protesters to agree to that deal. Unthinkable. Musk, who applauded Rubio for his post, writing that the secretary is absolutely correct, offered a more scathing critique of the Polish diplomat. Be quiet, small man, he wrote, adding, you pay a tiny fraction of the cost, and there's no substitute for Starlink. This is what happens when those people just believe that they can do whatever they want. Trump, Elon Musk especially believes himself to be above everybody else because of his billionaire status. I'm rich, so therefore I am above everybody else. It's true. Be quiet, small man. Yaroslav Trofimov, the chief foreign affairs correspondent of the Wall Street Journal, took to X to describe the war of words as another extraordinary moment in diplomacy. I know, like this should be normally this should be unthinkable, but we live in the Trump era now, when nobody cares about anything and international diplomatic relations don't mean much. Europe's technological decoupling from the US, unthinkable weeks ago, is becoming a national security priority, he wrote. And there's also the fact that I don't know, it's a weird way to conduct diplomacy when you just ignore all your, like not even ignore, insult all of your allies. Where you insult all of your allies, call them little people and disregard them. When they raise valid concerns, where they raise valid points. The claim that Starlink is the only company that can provide Ukraine with the satellite support is disputed. Shares in Franco-British satellite operator Eutelsat ETLPA, one of the companies that could potentially replace SpaceX, soared as much as 650% during the week ending March 7th, ending up around 380% on Friday. Whoops. I guess the competition got a little bit of a boost because Elon Musk, at the end of the day, is an idiot. Is an arrogant idiot. And now we go to Rubio. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has accused Poland's foreign minister of making things up and asked him to be thankful in social media spat over Starlink support for Ukraine. No one has made any threats about cutting Ukraine off from Starlink, Rubio wrote. That's a lie. Again, I will repeat this. That's a lie. Replying to a post from Polish Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski, earlier on Sunday, Sikorski wrote on X that Poland, which pays for Ukraine's Starlink services, may seek an alternative business partner if Elon Musk's company proves to be unreliable. Sikorski was responding to Musk's own X post, in which he speculated about turning off Ukraine's access to the crucial satellite system. Starlink provides crucial internet connectivity to Ukraine. Okay, I don't have to read this verbatim. Rubio's post further distances the current US administration's assessment of Russia's war in Ukraine from the European politicians. So basically, Elon Musk is in lockstep with Trump's administration's policy, which is pressuring Ukraine and giving Russia everything that it wants. Let's just not, okay, let's not mince words here. We don't have to we don't have to be diplomatic on this stream, let's just say. The Secretary of State wrote in the post addressed to Sikorski and say thank you, because without Starlink, Ukraine would have lost this war long ago and Russians would be on the border with Poland right now. There you go. The whole be thankful, please say thank you, now extended to Poland as well. Have you ever said thank you, Poland? Have you ever said thank you once? Musk responded to Rubio's post, writing, "What Secretary Rubio says is absolutely correct." Of course, just what a circle jerk. The US government has already revoked some access to satellite imagery for Ukraine and paused intelligence sharing, piling pressure on Kyiv as Trump seeks a swift end to the war. Now, in its fourth year after Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022. Remember when Trump said he would end this conflict in 24 hours before even taking office? I remember that. That was a promise that he made, a campaign promise. Starlinks for Ukraine are paid for by the Polish digitization ministry at the cost of about $50 million per year. Polish Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski wrote on X, "The ethics of threatening the victim of aggression apart, if SpaceX proves to be an unreliable the ethics of threatening the victim of aggression apart, if SpaceX proves to be an unreliable provider, we will be forced to look for other suppliers." That's the whole controversial statement that Sikorsky dared to say, okay? Because they've been floating around the idea of just cutting off Starlink for a while now. Starlink's parent company SpaceX did not immediately reply to an emailed request for comment outside regular business hours. Shares in Franco-British satellite, blah, 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 6,500%. I think that's why he said we would never cut off Starlink, because I really think that Musk simply saw that people were actually considering the competition now. Like, okay, this service is clearly unreliable. If the owner can just cut it off on a whim without any real justification, I guess we'll just go to a more stable competitor, which is why shares in Franco-British satellite operator Eutelsat ETL PA soared as much as 650% during the week ending March 7, due to speculation the company could replace Starlink in providing internet access to Ukraine. That is what happens. When you double, triple, quadruple down on being unreliable, people do seek alternatives, and those alternatives profit. But I guess Elon Musk is a genius businessman. The shares pulled back on Friday to end the week up around 380%, which is still quite a lot. Wouldn't we agree? Can we agree that 380% of shares value is quite a lot? So I guess Eutelsat ETL.PA should be very thankful to Elon Musk for this whole debacle. I think that worked out very well for that particular company. I think they should be saying thank you to Elon Musk, frankly, and to Rubio. If anybody should be saying thank you, it's Elon Musk's competition, because they're having a field day. But yeah, I'm sorry. The West is proving to itself to be not a reliable ally, if an ally at all at this point. I think it's fair to say that the U.S. is closer to being a Russian ally than a Ukraine ally, and Elon Musk is just a stooge for Donald Trump. So it's no wonder that he is in lockstep with trying to pressure Ukraine to capitulate, basically, to capitulate to Russia without any security guarantees, to be neutral, no NATO, no nothing. Oh yeah, and give up territory. I forgot that Ukraine has to give up territory. And now the rhetoric on the Trump's administration side has shifted from going back to 2014 borders is realistic to going back to 2022 borders is unrealistic. So just so you know, this is now the new rhetoric. It's not just it's impossible to go back to 2014. No. Now it's impossible to go back to 2022. That is a very sad state of affairs. And once again, I will say I'm glad that Poland stepped up in this case, and Europe must do it more, because as Trump said, Ukraine has no cards. And that is not exactly true, as we've witnessed. Elon Musk has been threatening Ukraine with cutting off Starlink because, as he perceives, Ukraine has no cards. Poland has stepped in, proven that yes, Ukraine has cards. Poland is one of Ukraine's cards. Poland is paying for Starlink. If you don't provide service, if you don't provide your services in a way that's reliable, we're just going to have to look for alternatives. And then Elon Musk mocked it, and the share value of the alternative of the competition soared. So that is definitely having cards. That is definitely giving Ukraine cards. And Europe should be doing that more. Europe should be stepping in more and saying, no, hold it. Ukraine is not alone in this. Europe is supporting Ukraine in this war. So you cannot just bully Ukraine into doing whatever. You cannot just push Ukraine around and force it into a bad peace, force it into a horrible minerals deal and do whatever you want with it. Ukraine's a part of Europe, and the European Union is, well, united. So that is all that I have to say about that, I guess. Poland has proven that Ukraine has more cards than Trump and his administration believe it has. I think it's a clear signal to that effect. Okay? What do you think? Anybody that's still watching this stream, what do you think? Am I right? Am I wrong? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Give me your comments. I think that's the biggest takeaway from here. Since Elon Musk ended up backing down. I think that's the biggest takeaway. Wouldn't you say? I'm here. Oh, well, Elon lost. True. True. So what do you think? What do you think of this paralysis through analysis? Oh my goodness. So this has been a very nice stream that lasted for probably quite a few hours. 5 hours. So I guess I'm gonna finish it here. I'm gonna raid a few people. I'm gonna raid... Oh boy. Who am I gonna raid? Oh boy. Hold up. Who is there here? Who are we raiding? Philippe Auguste, tell me who to raid. Who to raid? So I'm gonna raid Tim Black TV on YouTube. I've decided Tim Black TV on YouTube, I guess. And I'm gonna on Twitch. Who do I raid on Twitch though? How do I raid on Twitch? I guess Philippe Auguste is not here anymore. Who's streaming on Twitch right now? Boy Meets Mini. There you go. Boy Meets Mini. There's not much of an audience here, but start raid. All right.
2 giants. Wow.
Okay, so now I'm gonna raid us out on YouTube. And that's gonna be it for tonight. Perfect. Bye-bye.